Aerial Globe-Trotting by Lieutenant Lee Wade. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Availle in June 2025. Aerial Globe-Trotting by Captain Lee Wade, member of the United States Air Service and Round-the-World Flyer. From American Academy of Political and Social Science, Aviation Edition 1927. Shortly after the World War was over, many aviators turned their thoughts toward the practical use of aircraft, and many of them were in the United States Army Air Service. Believing it possible to circumnavigate the globe by an air route, these men began studying the problem, gathering all data, maps, and information they could secure to await the opportune time to prove to the world that such a feat was possible. The preliminary work. The result was that in 1923 a committee was appointed to select a route and an airplane with a performance and strength to withstand the hard usage it would be exposed to. This being accomplished, the personnel to make the flight was selected, and permission was granted by the War Department in December 1923 for the demonstration. Before we start the trip, let us find out about its organization or the advance preparations. The route was selected and divided into 6 parts or divisions. An experienced flying officer was put in charge of each to select the landing places, distribute the supplies, arrange for an interpreter if necessary, billeting, etc. These men are mentioned particularly because of their part in the success of the flight, and the desire of the members of the flight to have everybody know of our appreciation for their work, even though they have not been mentioned publicly. We had new engines, spare parts, and tools distributed so well over our route that we could make any repairs or adjustments necessary. All boxes were packed the same, whether in Alaska, India, or Greenland. We could find anything in the dark, if necessary. The wood used in crating the supplies was of spruce, the principal wood used in wooden airplane construction, so that when we needed repairs to wooden parts, all we had to do was to take a piece from one of the crates. When the preliminary work was well underway, the personnel selected to do the flying was ordered to Langley Field for a brief course to familiarize ourselves with the type of plane to be used, meteorology, and navigation, then to Santa Monica, California, to supervise the final construction of the planes to be used. The start-off. Now you may ride in the planes with us on a trip around the world. On March 17, 1924, we left Cloverfield, Santa Monica, for Seattle, Washington. This part of the trip was to fully test out our planes in order to assure ourselves that nothing had been overlooked. The planes were flown over land as land planes. At Sandpoint Flying Field, Seattle, the wheels were taken off and pontoons put on to fly to Calcutta, India, as seaplanes. In addition, we checked over our craft very carefully and arranged all the equipment to be carried. Our personal luggage did not exceed 15 pounds per person. On April 6th, we departed for Prince Rupert, British Columbia, following the inland passages most of the way. Only a short distance out, we came into low clouds, thence to fog, snow, rain, and frequently strong winds. On arrival at Prince Rupert, it was snowing heavily, and Major Martin damaged his plane on landing. Necessary repairs were made while waiting for the weather to clear. Leaving here, we entered into the hardest part of our journey, because of the meteorological conditions to be encountered. The weather was colder also, which made our work on the planes more difficult. Experiences encountered. At Sitka, Alaska, a storm came in on the open side of the harbor, which lasted for 2 days. The first day, 3 of the planes dragged anchor and were in danger of colliding before we could reach them. We worked from noon until late in the evening before they were made fast to adequate anchors. The second day, one of the planes broke loose from its mooring. Luckily, one member of the flight was aboard who saved the day for all of us. The others were rushing about, trying to secure boats to go to the rescue, or were wading out in the water to try and hold the plane from being dashed to pieces on the rocks, for each swell was bringing it nearer and nearer to danger. Just as it was on the crest of a swell, ready to hit the rocks on the next, he managed to get the engine started and pulled the plane out of danger. The next day we passed by the glacial region, but were denied the beautiful scenery by a blinding blizzard. It was just like flying at night. We broke formation, every plane for itself. Fortunately, however, it ended just south of the entrance to the harbor at Cordova. Had the shoreline not been straight, we would have piled up on the rocks, or against any projection or island, as we were following the shoreline very closely. It was a great relief to arrive at Seward in Resurrection Bay. It was on our departure from Seward, shortly after passing Kodiak Island, that Major Martin had his second mishap, being forced down near the Indian village of Ka-Nekht on the mainland. The rest of the flight rushed with engines wide open to Ka-Nekht Bay to radio for help. He was picked up the following morning by a Navy destroyer, and a new engine was ordered from Dutch Harbor. While the Major was awaiting his new engine, we flew on to Dutch Harbor because of the danger the planes were exposed to by probable storms at Ka-Nekht Bay. On attempting to rejoin the flight, Major Martin crashed into the side of a mountain, completely demolishing his plane, but fortunately not injuring either himself or Sergeant Harvey, his assistant and mechanician. After struggling over the mountains, facing snow blindness, living on meager emergency rations and wild game for 10 days, they arrived at Port Moller on the Bering Sea side of the peninsula. Here a boat picked them up and they returned to the States. During this interval of nearly 2 weeks, we beached our planes to permit the pontoons to dry out and make any necessary repairs and adjustments to our engines and planes. Then we received orders from Washington to proceed with Lieutenant Lowell Smith in command of the flight. The Aleutian Islands. Through the Aleutian Islands we had many things to worry us, such as sudden changes in weather, usually from bad to worse, and peculiar winds called by the natives woolly-wahs. From a perfect calm, a woolly would sweep down, often sweeping everything in front of it. The islands are sparsely inhabited, in most cases of volcanic origin, and without any trees. Flying along 400 or 500 miles, far from civilization, without seeing a human being, only occasionally a few birds, a seal or whales, makes one lonely. Now and then we would close in our formation for companionship, sometimes with the wingtips almost touching. I can remember as if only yesterday the whole group flying along, Lieutenant Smith leading with the Chicago, Lieutenant Leslie P. Arnold in the rear cockpit, the New Orleans on the Chicago's left, commanded by Lieutenant Eric Nelson and smiling Jack Harding giving the rest of us all of his smiles, Henry H. Ogden of Mississippi with me, wishing for the warmth of our sunny South. We conversed by hand signals, which we called the Rabbi Code. Many times when we prepared to leave on a leg of our journey, a stiff breeze would be blowing, necessitating one member of each crew lying flat on the pontoon to free us from the mooring. In doing so, we would get the spray from waves breaking on the pontoons. Then we would hop in and fly several hundred miles, our flying garments freezing with a coat of ice, which served to keep the heat in next to our bodies. Living accommodations. Our living accommodations in many instances were of considerable contrast to those afforded by our American homes or hotels. We quartered ourselves in traders' stores, salmon cannery bunkhouses, or on boats with bunks just wide enough so that we had to sleep in one position, and which were not long enough to stretch out in. Now it seems like a hard life, but at the time it all was as comfortable as one could wish for. We enjoyed all of it, and many amusing incidents happened. In one place, a fisherman, Jack Toner, had a houseboat which was a savior to us. Working in the open and becoming cold, we would call on him to get warm. When we departed, he asked us to write our names on his front door, which he carefully varnished over to preserve. Later, on his return from a fishing trip, he found that someone had stolen his front door for a souvenir. At one place, living in a bunkhouse with some fishermen, was a man with a long beard, who was heralded as a bear hunter of merit. One's hair would stand on end to listen to him relate one experience after another. On one occasion, while on the beach without any weapons of defense, a huge Kodiak bear surprised him. Dashing madly down the beach, not knowing where or how he was going to escape, a large tree loomed in view. This tree had but one limb, which was 20 feet from the ground. Just as he neared the tree and the bear was ready to strike him down, he gave one tremendous leap. All excited, one member inquired, "Did you make it?" The old man replied in a nonchalant manner, "Missed it on the way up, but caught it on the way down." In the attic of a trader's store, living on everything that ever grew in a tin can, the chief of the Aleutian tribe kept some chickens. One of our members with an ingenious mind fixed the engine of his motorboat, the only one on the island. Having bargained with him for 2 chickens for making the necessary repairs, we enjoyed a delicious dinner, cooked by ourselves. At another island we found a population of 26, all the men being absent on Fox Islands, with the exception of one, Mike, their chief. Mike was very ambitious and many times brought us fish, which we certainly enjoyed. Continuing the flight across the Pacific. We had a great problem to complete our flight from Attu Island across the Pacific. The weather never seemed to clear on both ends, that is, at Shimshu of the Kurile Group, Japanese territory, and Attu Island. Finally, we selected a day, but very shortly on our way we encountered a terrific storm. In attempting to detour around it, we used up our fuel and were forced to take refuge in Soviet territory, on Bering Island of the Komandorsky Islands. Foreseeing such an event, we had sent a boat of the Bureau of Fisheries ahead, taking position just offshore. When they saw us coming in, they dashed in and dropped moorings to which we made fast overnight. We received a call from the Soviet Governor-General of the islands on board the boat. Our relations were most amiable, but he regretted he could not invite us ashore. Leaving early the next morning, we completed our Pacific flight upon arrival in Japanese territory. Passing along the Kamchatka Peninsula, we encountered a very bad storm which lasted for 2 days. After leaving our planes to go aboard the U.S. destroyer Ford, which with 2 Japanese destroyers was waiting for us with supplies, we were unable to get near our craft until the following afternoon, after the storm calmed down. Then we found the moorings had chafed through, and only an emergency rope was holding the planes to the moorings. By 2 in the morning we had refilled and were on our way to Yetofu Island. Such a journey. Ducking from one island to another in fog most of the journey. The only relief was in seeing a few birds taking to the air, or sea lions rolling off the jagged rocks into the water as we passed an island. It seemed like heaven to land at Lake Hitakapu on Yetofu Island and find green grass, trees, and a large crowd of Japanese in their highly colored costumes. Among them was a group of school children who had hiked overland for 3 successive days to be there on our arrival. In Japan. We arrived at Lake Kazumigauru just outside of Tokyo, 10 days after the Japanese Exclusion Act was passed at home. We were 31 days behind schedule and had lots of work to do on our planes, such as changing engines, pontoons, etc. We found the Japanese had planned a 2 weeks welcome for us. Ambassador Woods arranged a condensed schedule, so we left our work and went on a 2-day reception, and as warm and sincere a reception as anyone could hope for. Our only complaint was that there were so many meals in one day and that we were not able to eat all the delicious food. They extended every means possible to make our journey successful and enjoyable all through Japan. When we arrived at Kagoshima, the last stop in Japanese territory, late one afternoon, we received a surprise and thrill. It seemed as though all of Japan was gathered on the beach to welcome us at sunset, and a band from our Navy played our national anthem, while about 15,000 school children sang in our own language. Traveling through China. Our next flight was across the Yellow Sea to Shanghai. It was the first perfect flying day since we started. We were greeted by a great mass of people and were given a magnificent reception in the evening. Then and there we decided that we must have relays for receptions. We had only our heavy uniforms and we were in the tropics. So, afterwards, we took turns in borrowing a light suit from someone aboard a boat and going to the receptions. The method used in propelling boats worried us. In sculling a boat by a long oar around our pontoons, the sides of which were made of thin veneer, we feared a puncture and delay. As it was, we had difficulty enough arising from the water with heavy loads. Therefore, all through the tropics we sent a boat on ahead with fuel aboard, so we could land alongside or near it to take on the needed supplies. Leaving Shanghai, we followed the coastline to Amoy and on to Hong Kong. It was amusing to see the native fishing boats away out to sea, propelled only by manpower. Sometimes we came so near them that they scrambled all over the boats in fright. From Hong Kong to Hoi Phong, French Indochina, we passed over a group of islands that rival, if not surpass, our Thousand Islands in beauty. Some were mere rocks of varied colors, while others were covered with a jungle forest. We were pleased to have clear weather, for a fog or storm undoubtedly would have meant disaster, as the islands were so close together and numerous. On the next leg of our journey, one of the planes was forced down in a lagoon near the shore just east of Hue. The others landed. A new engine was necessary, so on we went to Triton to order a new one from Saigon. While the new engine was en route, the disabled plane was towed up the river to Hue by native sampans, a sub-chief in each beating a tom-tom for cadence, while their families and hundreds of natives trailed behind in boats. The new engine was trucked over a jungle trail at night to Triton, was in the plane running in just 70 hours from the forced landing, and on its way to Triton to join the other two planes. The rapidity with which the repairs were made is explanatory of the work of the organization which planned our trip. Over the Malay Peninsula. Thence on to Saigon and to Siam, landing in the river at Bangkok. Thinking we were going to be with them for some time, the natives were surprised when informed we were stopping only for 1 day. However, they wanted to pay a proper tribute, and on the eve before our departure, invited us to a beheading of 2 prisoners. We certainly appreciated that hospitality. Our next flight took us directly over the Malay Peninsula to Burma. It was all very wild country, parts of which were inhabited by an ancient race of pygmies who still hunt with blowpipe and poisoned dart. On arrival at Burma, we found a storm from the Bay of Bengal had blown in, and clouds covered the mountain tops. We had a great time picking our way through. One plane was caught in a down current of air and barely escaped crashing in the jungle. It rained until we got to Rangoon, where we remained several days because of repairs to one of the planes, damaged by a native junk boat during the night. We flew through rain most of the remainder of the way to Calcutta, via Akyab and Chittagong. At Calcutta we changed engines and put wheels on in place of pontoons to fly overland to England. As a rainy season was due, we shipped our engines by rail to Karachi and worked night and day in order to depart as soon as possible. We took off from Maidan Park in the center of the city on July 1st. The journey across India. Our journey across India took us to Allahabad, past the beautiful city of Delhi, on to Ambala, thence across the Sindh Desert, where we encountered a sandstorm for nearly 5 hours before our arrival at Multan. We were coated inside and out with sand. The heat was terrific. We were told it was 128 degrees on our arrival, which we had no cause to doubt. July 4th, en route to Karachi, the New Orleans had engine trouble 85 miles out due to a valve breaking. Lieutenant Nelson demonstrated his skill as he nursed it on into the airdrome. Here we put in our new engines and left India behind as we carried on along the Persian Gulf, at times passing over saw-toothed mountains which were so barren that I doubt if even cactus could grow. We stopped at Chabar, Bandar Abbas, Bushir, thence over Basra and on to Baghdad. We were so anxious to leave the tropics and get home that even though we were near some of the wonders of the world, we did not deviate from our course, only stopping overnight at the Royal Flying Corps Airdrome near Baghdad and thence on to Aleppo, Syria. In Constantinople. Our next flight was exciting as we took on sufficient fuel to fly direct to Constantinople. With this heavy load we were forced to wind our way through the Taurus mountain following a trail. Often we were completely surrounded by mountain peaks, and the passages so narrow that we were forced to go through single file. Over the high plateau, passing extinct volcanic craters, past Konya, and suddenly a beautiful city, Constantinople, came into view, with the blue Bosphorus, its great wall, and many mosques. Across Europe to Paris. After 2 nights and 1 day, we departed for Bucharest, Romania, where we spent 1 night, and continued across Europe over the Franco-Romanian air route, passing Belgrade on north to Budapest for lunch and to Vienna. We stayed overnight and then hurried on to Paris via Strasbourg. As we were 31 days behind schedule at Tokyo, we decided to work extra hard and to make up the lost time so we could take a 1-day holiday in Paris. We arrived on the 14th day of July, having picked up 17 days. Our holiday consisted of placing a wreath upon the unknown soldier's grave, a luncheon, a reception at the Hôtel de Ville and by the President at his home, followed by a dinner at the Allies Club. On our first eve, there being nothing official planned, a group entertained us at the Folies Bergères. Upon arrival and being comfortably seated, we all went to sleep, which resulted in comments by the papers next day that if such would not keep us awake, what would? The Atlantic Flight. July 16th found us on our way to Croydon, England, thence to Brough on the Humber on the 17th. Here we had to prepare for the Atlantic flight, putting pontoons on in place of wheels, new engines, and whatever other work was necessary. We had ample time as our supplies had not been fully distributed across the Atlantic. Our first flight then was to Scapa Flow, where we came in contact with our Navy again, which was to escort us across and render invaluable assistance. On the first attempt to reach Iceland, we encountered fog, and in attempting to go over it, we were forced to break formation. The New Orleans was hit by the propeller wash of one of the other planes and sent down in a tailspin, but recovered control just over the water and continued on. The Chicago and Boston returned to Kirkwall to give out a message of the approximate location of the New Orleans. After many hours of suspense, we received a message of its safe arrival at Angamassalik, Iceland. The next day, halfway to the Faroe Islands, my plane, the Boston, was forced down due to engine failure. We signaled to the crew of the Chicago not to land but to send assistance. They continued on and dropped a message to the USS Bellingsby. This news was radioed to the other boats which came to my rescue. Nearly 5 hours after landing on the sea, we were taken in tow by an English trawler. The sea was getting heavier, and as we rode over the swells, it nearly pulled our plane apart. So it was a relief when the Bellingsby relieved the trawler and towed us a brief time, when they turned us over to the light cruiser Richmond, on which we hoped to store the plane. However, in the rough sea it was impossible, especially after the boom dropped, damaging the plane and making it necessary to try to tow it to shore in the Faroes. In this attempt the Boston was lost, sinking the next morning. In the meantime, the Chicago and New Orleans took off for Reykjavik on the west coast of Iceland. There they prepared for the crossing to Greenland. On account of delay, we all became familiar with the city, which was a surprise to us all, having a population of over 22,000, paved streets, electric lights, everything modern, even to taxicabs. A jump of 850 miles. A naval aviator, Commander Leighton, and myself flew in and looked over the harbor at Angmassalik, Greenland, and after considerable thought it was decided to fly direct to Frederiksdal, a distance of 850 miles. It was on this flight that many exciting things happened. As they neared Greenland, a dense fog was encountered. Signor Locantello, the Italian aviator, started with them. When he came into the fog, he turned back out of it and landed at sea. He was rescued 5 days later by the USS Richmond. Fog and icebergs. When the others met the fog, they realized that the sea was too rough for them to land, and that they did not have sufficient fuel to return to Iceland, so went on. They remained low over the water, and about 80 miles out encountered floe ice, then icebergs, with which they played tag. Flying side by side, swerving from one side to another to miss an iceberg, now and then jumping over them, one came in view too suddenly to turn. This one was so huge that one plane went one way and the other in the opposite direction. Lieutenant Nelson in the New Orleans made a circle to permit Lieutenant Smith in the Chicago to go on and prevent a collision. Traveling at about 90 miles per hour and visibility about 300 feet, they kept on keen edge every moment. As they neared and rounded Cape Farewell, they came out of the fog only to find another bank at Frederiksdal. Locating the harbor by mountain formations, they found a rift in the fog, Nelson arriving 35 minutes after Smith. That evening was celebrated aboard a Danish revenue cutter. On to Iviktut and across the Newfoundland, down the coast to Picton, Nova Scotia, where Ogden and I rejoined them with the Boston too. Thence down the Maine coast, where we were worn out dodging fishing boats, small islands, and buoys, in the worst fog we had found anywhere. We finally took refuge at Mere Point, Casco Bay. Arrival at Boston. The next day we arrived at Boston Airport. During our trip we were totally ignorant of the enthusiasm here in the States, but readily realized it upon finding a huge crowd there to greet us, in addition to the Army and Navy officials. Leaving our pontoons for wheels, we flew overland to the end of the trip. Everywhere we found the same enthusiasm. New York, Washington, D.C., where President Coolidge waited several hours with his entire cabinet in a drizzling rain. Dayton, Ohio, Chicago, and all, on every stop to Seattle. We found it necessary to post policemen outside our doors to prevent souvenir hunters from stealing our clothes. As we were pushed through crowds, people reached over, putting their fingers lightly on us and shouting, "Ah, I touched one. The end of the journey. Receptions everywhere. We answered questions, it seemed, by the millions. Another surprise awaited us at the end, a monument erected in our honor. We were 175 days en route, making a total of 75 flights on 64 days of flying. Our total flying time was 375 hours. Our demonstration already has realized a benefit, in my belief, as it has caused many new air routes to be opened and put to use, principally abroad, however. It is quite a satisfaction to repeat the words of an address of welcome given to us on the completion. In the future, many flags will be represented as airplanes fly around the world, but only one nation can claim the honor of having her flag carried around the globe by air first, and that is the United States of America. End of Aerial Globe-Trotting by Lieutenant Lee Wade. From the American Academy of Political and Social Science, Aviation Edition 1927.
The Appearance of Good Angels, Proved by the Books of the Old Testament, by Augustin Calmet. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Public Domain Scholar. The Appearance of Good Angels, Proved by the Books of the Old Testament, by Augustin Calmet. The apparitions or appearances of good angels are frequently mentioned in the books of the Old Testament. He who was stationed at the entrance of the terrestrial paradise was a cherub, armed with a flaming sword. Those who appeared to Abraham, and who promised that he should have a son, those who appeared to Lot, and predicted to him the ruin of Sodom and other guilty cities. He who spoke to Hagar in the desert, and commanded her to return to the dwelling of Abraham, and to remain submissive to Sarah, her mistress. Those who appeared to Jacob on his journey into Mesopotamia, ascending and descending a mysterious ladder. He who taught him how to cause his sheep to bring forth young differently marked. He who wrestled with Jacob on his return from Mesopotamia were angels of light and benevolent ones, the same as he who spoke with Moses from the burning bush on Horeb, and who gave him the tables of the law on Mount Sinai. That angel who takes generally the name of God and acts in his name and with his authority, who served as a guide to the Hebrews in the desert, hidden during the day in the dark cloud and shining during the night. He who spoke to Balaam and threatened to kill his she-ass. He lastly who contended with Satan for the body of Moses. All these angels were without doubt good angels. We must think the same of him who presented himself armed to Joshua on the plain of Jericho, and who declared himself head of the army of the Lord. It is believed with reason that it was the angel Michael, he who showed himself to the wife of Manoah, the father of Samson, and afterwards to Manoah himself, he who announced to Gideon that he should deliver Israel from the power of the Midianites, the angel Gabriel who appeared to Daniel at Babylon, and Raphael who conducted the young Tobias to Rages in Media. The prophecy of the prophet Zedekiah is full of visions of angels. In the books of the Old Testament, the throne of the Lord is described as resting on a cherubim, and the God of Israel is represented as having before his throne 7 principal angels, always ready to execute his orders, and 4 cherubim singing his praises and adoring his sovereign holiness, the whole making a sort of allusion to what they saw in the court of the ancient Persian kings, where there were 7 principal officers who saw his face, approached his person, and were called the eyes and ears of the king. End of The Appearance of Good Angels, Proved by the Books of the Old Testament, by Augustin Calmet.
Franklin D. Roosevelt, Third Inaugural Address, by Franklin D. Roosevelt. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Franklin D. Roosevelt, Third Inaugural Address, Monday, January 20th, 1941. Transcriber's note: the only chief executive to serve more than 2 terms, President Roosevelt took office for the 3rd time as Europe and Asia engaged in war. The oath of office was administered by Chief Justice Charles Evans Hughes on the east portico of the Capitol. The Roosevelts hosted a reception for several thousand visitors at the White House later that day. On each national day of inauguration since 1789, the people have renewed their sense of dedication to the United States. In Washington's day, the task of the people was to create and weld together a nation. In Lincoln's day, the task of the people was to preserve that nation from disruption from within. In this day, the task of the people is to save that nation and its institutions from disruption from without. To us there has come a time, in the midst of swift happenings, to pause for a moment and take stock, to recall what our place in history has been, and to rediscover what we are and what we may be. If we do not, we risk the real peril of inaction. Lives of nations are determined not by the count of years, but by the lifetime of the human spirit. The life of a man in 80 years and 10, a little more, a little less. The life of a nation is the fullness of the measure of its will to live. There are men who doubt this. There are men who believe that democracy, as a form of government and a frame of life, is limited or measured by a kind of mystical and artificial fate that, for some unexplained reason, tyranny and slavery have become the surging wave of the future, and that freedom is an ebbing tide. But we Americans know that this is not true. 8 years ago, when the life of this republic seemed frozen by a fatalistic terror, we proved that this is not true. We were in the midst of shock, but we acted. We acted quickly, boldly, decisively. These later years have been living years, fruitful years for the people of this democracy, for they have brought to us greater security and, I hope, a better understanding that life's ideals are to be measured in other than material things. Most vital to our present and our future is this experience of a democracy which successfully survived crisis at home, put away many evil things, built new structures on enduring lines, and through it all maintained the fact of its democracy. For action has been taken within the 3-way framework of the Constitution of the United States. The coordinate branches of the government continue freely to function. The Bill of Rights remains inviolate. The freedom of elections is wholly maintained. Prophets of the downfall of American democracy have seen their dire predictions come to naught. Democracy is not dying. We know it because we have seen it revive and grow. We know it cannot die because it is built on the unhampered initiative of individual men and women joined together in a common enterprise, an enterprise undertaken and carried through by the free expression of a free majority. We know it because democracy alone, of all forms of government, enlists the full force of men's enlightened will. We know it because democracy alone has constructed an unlimited civilization capable of infinite progress in the improvement of human life. We know it because, if we look below the surface, we sense it still spreading on every continent, for it is the most humane, the most advanced, and in the end the most unconquerable of all forms of human society. A nation, like a person, has a body that must be fed and clothed and housed, invigorated and rested, in a manner that measures up to the objectives of our time. A nation, like a person, has a mind that must be kept informed and alert, that must know itself, that understands the hopes and the needs of its neighbors, all the other nations that live within the narrowing circle of the world. And a nation, like a person, has something deeper, something more permanent, something larger than the sum of all its parts. It is that something which matters most to its future, which calls forth the most sacred guarding of its present. It is a thing for which we find it difficult, even impossible, to hit upon a single, simple word. And yet we all understand what it is, the spirit, the faith of America. It is the product of centuries. It was born in the multitudes of those who came from many lands, some of high degree, but mostly plain people, who sought here, early and late, to find freedom more freely. The democratic aspiration is no mere recent phase in human history. It is human history. It permeated the ancient life of early peoples. It blazed anew in the Middle Ages. It was written in Magna Carta. In the Americas, its impact has been irresistible. America has been the new world in all tongues, to all peoples, not because this continent was a newfound land, but because all those who came here believed they could create upon this continent a new life, a life that should be new in freedom. Its vitality was written into our own Mayflower Compact, into the Declaration of Independence, into the Constitution of the United States, into the Gettysburg Address. Those who first came here to carry out the longings of their spirit, and the millions who followed, and the stock that sprang from them, all have moved forward constantly and consistently toward an ideal which in itself has gained stature and clarity with each generation. The hopes of the Republic cannot forever tolerate either undeserved poverty or self-serving wealth. We know that we still have far to go, that we must more greatly build the security and the opportunity and the knowledge of every citizen, in the measure justified by the resources and the capacity of the land. But it is not enough to achieve these purposes alone. It is not enough to clothe and feed the body of this nation, and instruct and inform its mind, for there is also the spirit, and of the three, the greatest is the spirit. Without the body and the mind, as all men know, the nation could not live. But if the spirit of America were killed, even though the nation's body and mind, constricted in an alien world, lived on, the America we know would have perished. That spirit, that faith, speaks to us in our daily lives in ways often unnoticed, because they seem so obvious. It speaks to us here in the capital of the nation. It speaks to us through the processes of governing in the sovereignties of 48 states. It speaks to us in our counties, in our cities, in our towns, and in our villages. It speaks to us from the other nations of the hemisphere, and from those across the seas, the enslaved as well as the free. Sometimes we fail to hear or heed these voices of freedom, because to us the privilege of our freedom is such an old story. The destiny of America was proclaimed in words of prophecy, spoken by our first president in his first inaugural in 1789, words almost directed, it would seem, to this year of 1941. Begin quotation. The preservation of the sacred fire of liberty and the destiny of the Republican model of government are justly considered, deeply, finely, staked on the experiment entrusted to the hands of the American people. End quotation. If we lose that sacred fire, if we let it be smothered with doubt and fear, then we shall reject the destiny which Washington strove so valiantly and so triumphantly to establish. The preservation of the spirit and faith of the nation does and will furnish the highest justification for every sacrifice that we may make in the cause of national defense. In the face of great perils never before encountered, our strong purpose is to protect and to perpetuate the integrity of democracy. For this we muster the spirit of America and the faith of America. We do not retreat. We are not content to stand still. As Americans, we go forward in the service of our country by the will of God. End of Franklin D. Roosevelt, Third Inaugural Address by Franklin D. Roosevelt.
The Influence of Temperature on the Development of a Mendelian Character by Mildred A. Hodge from the Zoological Laboratory, Columbia University. Recorded for LibriVox.org by Leon Harvey. Introduction. A new mutation in Drosophila and Pelophilia, which took the form of reduplication in the legs, appeared in a selection experiment. It was inherited, although at first it did not seem to give the ordinary Mendelian ratios. Many unsuccessful efforts to obtain pure stock were made, and even after selection for many generations, a single pair of abnormal flies would produce both normal and abnormal offspring. It finally became clear that a low temperature was necessary for the realization of the abnormal type. The stock which had undergone mutation was the only one to develop the reduplications when subjected to a low temperature. A definite sex-linked factor was found to be responsible for the inheritance of this peculiarity. I wish to thank Dr. T.H. Morgan, under whose direction the work was carried on, for his many helpful suggestions and valuable criticisms. Effect of selection. De Vries and Jonasson hold that, in the absence of mutation, selection can do nothing but sort out from a population characteristics already existing. According to this conception, any population may be made up of a series of forms, and this series may be broken up into smaller groups by selection, but the limit of variability cannot be transcended. The most extreme individuals in a race produced by such a sorting out process are no more extreme than the most extreme in the heterogeneous population. Recently, Castle and others have endeavoured to show that selection may affect the degree of development of the character selected. My work began with a study of the effect of selection on the number of teeth in the sex comb of Drosophila. The sex comb is confined to the male and is situated on the first tarsal segment of the first pair of legs. The teeth composing the sex comb are modified bristles. As the female has no sex comb, the selection was necessarily confined to the males, and was further restricted to the comb on the right leg. The legs of 50 wild males were examined, and the teeth in the combs counted. The average number was found to be 10. At the close of the selection, another count of wild flies was made, and the number was found to be nearly the same, viz. 9.9. Table 1 is displayed on the page, showing average number of teeth in sex comb obtained selection for high number of teeth for 7 generations. 24 individuals from the wild stock were mated in pairs to wild females. Most of the males selected had even teeth. As one of the 24 lines yielded better results than any of the others, selection was continued in this line only. The average number of teeth in F1 was 10.91. Those with the highest number of teeth in the comb were selected for breeding. They were mated to sister females. The average number of teeth of their sons was 11.16. Those lines which had failed in F2 to be higher producers were thrown away. Selection was continued for 7 generations, sisters of the males being used in each mating. After the F1, the average number of teeth showed a steady increase, the highest number, 11.85, being reached in the 6th generation. Some bottles in this generation produced an average of over 12 teeth. The mean number in the 7th generation fell somewhat lower, 11.37. However, the average number of teeth in this generation, the last one bred, was nearly 0.4 higher than that of the ancestor, 11, and was 1.37 higher than the average wild fly. The results of the selection are plotted in Diagram 1. Diagram 1 is displayed on the page. Artificial selection has thus brought about a line of flies having a larger sex comb than that of the average wild fly. The result is in harmony with the view that selection is only a sorting out process, for though the average has been raised, yet the largest number of teeth in the selected line was no higher than the largest number in the wild stock. A mutation causing reduplication in the legs. 1. The origin of the mutation. When the selection had proceeded to the 5th generation, several abnormal males appeared in the stock. The abnormalities were all connected with reduplication of legs or tarsal segments. In one of the mutants, the left leg was divided nearly to its base into 2 parts, each with a perfect sex comb. On the right tarsus of the same fly were 2 combs, one placed above the other. The other mutants showed various kinds of reduplication in the appendages. They were bred to sisters. Of the F1, 13.9% were abnormal. The F1 normals were inbred and abnormalities in the legs appeared again in F2. The F2 normals were inbred and later the F3 normals and F3 abnormals. The results was as follows. From P, 13.9% abnormals in F1. F1 normal, 0.3% abnormals in F2. F2 normal, 1.7% abnormals in F3. F3 normal, 1.7% abnormals in F4. F5 abnormal, 2.02% abnormals in F4. The F3 normals produced nearly as many abnormals as did the F3 abnormals. Among the abnormal flies, there was a wide range of variation, but usually only 1 or 2 extra parts were found in a single fly. The abnormalities occurred most frequently in either the left or the right anterior leg, but the other legs also were sometimes affected. At times the tarsus alone was affected, and at other times the leg as well. Often only one leg was affected, but sometimes both anterior legs and sometimes nearly all the legs showed reduplications. The first mutants were males, and only after much inbreeding were abnormal females obtained. In order to test whether there might be, in the cultures, some special condition that caused the abnormalities, a stock bottle was allowed to become dry, and wild flies were then transferred to it with fresh food. When their progeny hatched, no abnormal flies were found among them. 2. Specific types of abnormalities not inherited. Since the number of abnormal flies obtained by inbreeding was small, and since there was such a variety in the form assumed, it seemed at first possible that many factors might be involved. Attempts were therefore made to obtain different lines, each with a specific kind of reduplication. Thus 2 flies having a bifid, first right leg, were mated together, or similarly 2 flies having a left duplex tarsus. In the following cases of this kind, only the abnormal offspring will be considered. 1. 2 flies, both with right first leg affected, produced among the F1 4 abnormals, or with left first leg affected. 2. 6 flies with either right first, left first, or both right first and left first affected were mated. They produced 11 abnormals as follows. 4 flies with reduplication in right first, 4 flies with reduplication in left first, 1 fly with reduplication in right and left first, 1 fly with reduplication in left second, 1 fly with reduplication in right first and right second. 3. 3 flies, 2 female, 1 male, all with right first affected, produced 3 flies with reduplication in right first, 3 flies with reduplication in left first, 1 fly with reduplication in right first, 1 fly with reduplication in right second, left first. 4. Parents, males and females with right first or left first, or both affected, produced 7 abnormals as follows. 2 flies of reduplication in left first, 2 flies of reduplication in right first, 1 fly with reduplication in right second, 1 fly with reduplication in right first and right third, 1 fly with reduplication in right first and left first. 5. Parents abnormal, with reduplication in right first or left first, produced 42 abnormals as follows. 5 flies for reduplication in right first, 7 flies for reduplication in left first, 4 flies for reduplication in left third, 2 flies for reduplication in right third, 2 flies for reduplication in left second, 1 fly for reduplication in left third, right second, 1 fly for reduplication in right first, right third. 6. Parents, males and females with right first affected, produced 9 abnormals, viz. 4 flies for reduplication in left first, 2 flies for reduplication in left third, 1 fly with reduplication in left first, right first, 1 fly with reduplication in right first, 1 fly with reduplication in left second. The results thus indicate that the particular abnormalities which appear in the offspring of abnormal flies have no relation to the particular abnormalities of the parents. 3. The apparently changing dominance of the new character. When bred to wild females, the abnormal males produce all normals in F1. In F2 there were 1,110 normals and 17 abnormals. The abnormality acted apparently as a recessive character. Its appearance in the F1, when the original male mutants were bred to sisters, was thought to be due to the heterozygous condition of the females. To obtain pure stock, I selected the abnormal flies throughout the summer of 1912. In each generation, the abnormals were separated and mated to other abnormals. The work was done both in pairs and in mass cultures. The percent of abnormal individuals varied greatly from one generation to another, but never approximated to 100%. In the fall of 1912, after many apparently unsuccessful attempts to get pure stock, I began experimental work. Crosses with the wild gave the results in Table 2. Abnormal males were mated with wild females and abnormal females with wild males. Since a few abnormal males and females appeared in the F1 of both crosses, it seemed that the factor causing reduplication was not sex-linked and not always recessive to the wild, but on the other hand, if the character was a non-sex-linked dominant, it was difficult to see why such a small number of anomalies appeared. Back crosses were then made by mating the F1 flies, recorded in Table 2, both with the abnormal wild flies. Table 2 is displayed on the page. These crosses again made it clear that abnormality behaves differently at different times. The following cases illustrate this. From 2 of the back crosses, Table 3, Series B, in which normal F1 flies were mated to wild flies, F2 abnormals resulted. The F1 flies had only 1 dose of the factor and were normal, yet some of their offspring had 1 dose and were abnormal. Table 3 is displayed on the page. A normal F2 male from Series A was tested for abnormality by breeding to a wild female, and abnormal flies were reduced in the next generation. The F2 male, though normal, must have carried the factor for abnormality. An F1 normal female, Series B, was back-crossed to an abnormal male. Over half the flies of F2 were abnormal, though only half could have been homozygous. The F1 female must have been heterozygous, and yet she was normal. It is evident then that a fly may be heterozygous and either normal or abnormal, and in other words, the character may sometimes act as a dominant and sometimes as a recessive. 4. Sex linkage of the new factor, A, at first obscured by the phenomenon of non-disjunction. Though the first work seemed to indicate that the factor for abnormality, which we will call A, was not sex-linked, the back crosses threw doubt on this conclusion. For example, F1 normal males from cross abnormal male by wild female were mated to wild females, Table 3, Series A. From this cross were hatched 491 flies, and these were all normal. If the A factor is not sex-linked, why did the F1 males not transmit it to any of their offspring? If it is sex-linked, then none of the F1 males used in this cross carry the factor, since the one sex chromosome carried by each male came from his mother, who was wild. On this hypothesis, we should expect no abnormal males from the cross F1 normal male by wild female, Table 3, Series B. From 2 of the 3 bottles of this cross, no abnormal males hatched. However, 18 abnormals out of a total of 224 flies hatched from the 3rd bottle. It will be noticed also that abnormal males appeared in 2 of the 8 bottles, Table 2, crosses 1 and 3, among the F1 of the cross abnormal male by wild female, red or white. These cases were difficult to explain on the theory that the factor is sex-linked, and yet the other cases, where no abnormal males appeared, were difficult to explain on any other theory. The results thus far were perplexing. The appearance of the small number of abnormal males in the above experiment, where no abnormal males are expected, may be explained on British hypothesis of non-disjunction of the sex chromosomes. Journal of Explorative Zoology, Volume 15, Number 4. On this view, the 2 sex chromosomes sometimes stick together and either remain in the egg when the polar bodies are formed, or else both are eliminated. Should an egg from which both of the sex chromosomes have been removed be fertilized by a female producing spermatozoon from the abnormal male, a spermatozoon that carries a sex chromosome, an abnormal male would be produced. If abnormal males should appear frequently in the F1 when the father only is abnormal, one would not be justified in applying this hypothesis, for non-disjunction is a rather rare occurrence. I therefore repeated the preceding cross, abnormal male by wild female, using both normal, wild, and normal white-eyed females. No abnormals appeared among the 539 males in the F1, see Table 4, Cross 1. Each fly was carefully examined twice to eliminate possible error. To leave no doubt whatever, the F1 normal males were bred in pairs to wild females, Table 4, Cross 2. No abnormal flies, male or female, appeared in the F2, and when these were inbred, no abnormals were found in the F3, Table 4, Cross 3. Table 4 is displayed on the page. In this experiment, non-disjunction males did not appear, for none of the F1 males had received a chromosome containing the factor for abnormality. The F1 females, on the other hand, when bred to wild males, produced some abnormal F2 males, Table 4, Cross 4, thus revealing clearly the essential difference between the inheritance of sons and daughters. Since an abnormal male can transmit the factor for abnormality to his daughters only, except in rare cases, which may be explained by non-disjunction, the factor must be sex-linked. This conclusion was justified by subsequent work. 5. Females homozygous for abnormal may be normal. It has been shown that one dose of the factor A does not always produce abnormality. Even a double dose may not cause any abnormality, as is shown in the following experiment. 2 abnormal males were bred separately to 2 wild females. The F1 females, which were heterozygous, were then crossed to abnormal males. Half of the F2 females were therefore homozygous and half heterozygous for abnormality. The results are given in Table 5. Table 5 is displayed on the page. 16 of the normal F2 females thus produced abnormal males. Only a small number of males hatched, indicating that the factor for abnormality may act as a semi-lethal factor. In 4 of the 18 bottles, all the males which hatched were abnormal. In these 4 cases at least, the F2 female must have been homozygous, as otherwise some of her sons would have been normal. It is thus evident that a female homozygous for abnormal may be normal. The results throw light on the following tests of the normal and abnormal progeny of abnormal parents. Table 6. Abnormal males and females were bred in pairs. F1 normal males from this cross were bred to F1 normal females, and F1 abnormal males to F1 abnormal females. Table 6 is displayed on the page. Many of the F1 abnormals either died or were infertile, but those that were fertile produced in F2 39% of abnormal individuals. The F1 normals of the same parentage produced, when inbred, only 22.1% of abnormal individuals. Abnormal offspring of abnormal stock thus yielded more abnormals than do normal offspring. The reason for this becomes apparent when we consider that the stock had not then been proved to be pure. Among the parent abnormals were given probably both homozygous and heterozygous individuals, and when the F1 were chosen, some of the normals among them may have been true normals, whereas the F1 abnormals chosen were at least heterozygous for A. The proportion of abnormal flies in the stock bottles varied from time to time. Records of the stock showed that it might yield a high percent one month and a low percent the following month. Also, the flies in any one stock were of varied types. Some were only slightly abnormal, and some were so abnormal that they could scarcely walk. The slightly abnormal produced progeny as abnormal as that of the very abnormal. This was shown in the following tests, A and B. Test A, the slightly abnormal male was mated to a slightly abnormal female, and a very abnormal male to a very abnormal female. The abnormalities in the 2 cases were similar. From slightly abnormal parents, 4 flies showing reduplication in first left leg, 1 fly showing reduplication in third right leg. From very abnormal parents, 3 flies showing reduplication in first left leg, 2 flies showing reduplication in first right leg. Test B. The stock, which was yielding only a small percentage of abnormals, was divided into 2 parts. The least abnormals were inbred, and the most abnormals were inbred. A small table is displayed on the page. The degree of abnormality and the percent of abnormal offspring were thus approximately the same, whether the parents were very abnormal or only slightly so. Influence of the environment on the dominance of abnormality. 1. The changing dominance at least partly dependent upon the temperature. As has been said, the proportion of abnormal flies in the stock showed considerable variation, and on 2 occasions the abnormalities almost disappeared. In the summer of 1912, shortly after the appearance of the mutation, an apparent reversion to the normal type took place, and only a few abnormals hatched. After careful selection and inbreeding of these, the abnormalities in their stock returned. Again, in the spring of 1913, as the warm weather came on, a similar reversion took place, though some abnormal flies were found in all the bottles. Table 7 is displayed on the page. Stocks which had been yielding a fairly large percent of abnormal flies now yielded only a few. Since in both cases the reversion took place at the approach of warm weather, it seems possible that temperature affected the production of the abnormal flies. To test this assumption, mass cultures from several stocks were placed in an ice chest and kept there until the pupae had developed, when they were removed to room temperature. The result was decisive. The percent of abnormal flies was from 3 to 6 times that of the controls, which were taken from the same stocks and kept at room temperature. Table 7. Many things obscure up to this point became clear. For example, the fact that a male carrying the factor for abnormality or a female carrying 1 or 2 doses of this factor might be either abnormal or normal. became obvious when the effect of the environment was taken into consideration. The unsuccessful attempts to attain pure stock were evidently due to unfavorable environmental conditions. If this were the case, the stock which had been selected for many generations was most probably pure. Pure stock was readily obtained by inbreeding pairs of the F1 abnormals of abnormal parents and allowing the F2 to develop in the icebox. The best record so obtained was as follows: normal male 47, normal female 80, abnormal male 90, abnormal female 67. The F1 female used must have been homozygous, for otherwise the percent of abnormal males would not have been over 50%. The pure stock thus obtained was used as a basis for all the remainder of the experimental work. Many of the iced flies showed a greater degree of abnormality than any of those which had been previously studied. In many cases the legs were mere stumps and the flies could not hatch normally. When the pupa cases opened, the flies were drawn out of them with needles, and these flies, almost without exception, proved to be very abnormal and incapable of locomotion. Up to this point only the general influence of the cold was understood. The bottles put on ice had been kept there until the pupae were well formed. The following questions arose. 1. At what stage in the development must the cold be applied? 2. How long must the developing flies be left in the icebox in order to become abnormal? 2. Low temperature more effective if the developing flies are cooled at early stages. To answer these two questions, two series of experiments were undertaken. For both of these pure stock only was used. In the first experiment, pairs of the pure stock were mated, and in most cases allowed to remain in the bottles for only 1 day. This was done so that the eggs in one bottle would be approximately the same age. In some cases the parents remained in the bottles 2, 3, and 4 days. In all cases the average time of the egg laying was considered as midway between the time when the parents were placed in the bottle and the time when they were taken from the bottle. The number of eggs was not counted. After the parents had been removed, the bottles were kept at room temperature and then put on ice at stated periods. Some were put in the cold immediately, and others were kept at room temperature from 1 to 9 days before they were placed in the cold. After the eggs or larvae had been put into the ice chest, they were not removed except to add food until they had hatched. Table 8 is displayed on the page. The temperature of the ice chest was not kept constant, but varied slightly about 10 degrees Celsius. Controls of the same pure stock were kept at room temperature. In these bottles the flies emerged in about 12 days. The percentage of abnormal flies which hatched from the iced bottles was found to depend upon the stage at which the cold was first applied. The results are given in Table 8. In those bottles which were put on ice immediately after the mating, many of the flies were infertile, so that the number of F1 flies which hatched was very small. However, these were all abnormal. The longer the flies developed at room temperature, or in other words, the longer the time before they were placed on ice, the smaller was the number of abnormal flies. The bottles kept in the room 6 days or more than 6 days developed no more abnormal flies than those kept for the entire time at room temperature. When the larvae were kept in the room 9 to 9½ days, the percentage of abnormal flies fell to 3.8%, but this evidently is not significant as the total number of flies was small. The small number of abnormals in this case may have been due to an increased room temperature at the time these flies were developing. The results are plotted in Diagram 2. Diagram 2 is displayed on the page. The curve of abnormality shows a rapid fall from its highest point, which represents the number of abnormals when the entire development took place at the low temperature, to a point corresponding to the total number of abnormals when the first 6 days of development took place at room temperature. From this point, the curve is nearly parallel to the abscissa. This indicates that low temperature is effective only if first applied at the early stages, and that after the larvae have developed a few days at room temperature, a decrease in temperature is ineffectual in causing abnormalities. 3. Low temperature more effective if maintained throughout development. In the second experiment, eggs were put on ice immediately and kept there for different lengths of time, after which they were removed to room temperature for the remainder of their development. Flies of pure stock were placed in bottles containing bananas spread out on narrow strips of paper. The food was removed at short intervals, 1 hour, 2 hours, etc., though in some cases it remained in the bottles overnight. As soon as removed, the food was carefully examined and the eggs were picked from it, one by the aid of a flattened needle, and placed on fresh banana in a clean bottle. their number was recorded. Table 9 is displayed on the page. When the eggs were transferred, they were not placed directly on the banana, but on a piece of filtered paper placed over the food. This was done to avoid covering the eggs with the food, which may prevent them from hatching. The bottles were then placed on ice. Some were kept there 1 to 5 days, others 6 to 10 days, etc. The bottles were then removed to room temperature. Table 9 and Diagram 3 give the results. Some of the flies which hatched had lost 1 or more legs and therefore could not be classed as abnormal or normal. For this reason, the number hatched is larger than the sum of abnormal and normal. The percent of abnormal flies vary directly with the length of exposure to cold, but the number hatched varied inversely with the length of exposure to cold. As many of those who did not hatch would have been abnormal, the percentage of abnormal flies would probably have been larger had the full number hatched. Diagram 3 is displayed on the page. These two experiments show conclusively that a temperature of 10 degrees centigrade maintained throughout development produces a large percentage of abnormal flies. Low temperature without effect on wild stocks. Flies from a wild stock were mated, both in pairs and in mass culture, and placed on the icebox immediately or several days after mating. The larvae were removed before they hatched. Of the 1,352 flies which hatched, only one showed any abnormality. The test was repeated, and this time the eggs were cooled shortly after they were laid, and the pupae were allowed to hatch in the icebox. The 214 flies which hatched were all normal. Low temperature, therefore, does not cause reduplication in normal stock. The one abnormal fly that appeared in the first case was probably due to infection. Possibly it may have been a mutant. On the other hand, the abnormality may have been simply a somatic variation, for a few abnormal flies, similar to those of my stock, have been found from time to time in other cultures, but when bred, they have never transmitted the variation. Selection and mutation. 1. Repetition of selection of wild stocks not followed by mutation. As the abnormal flies originally appeared in a selection experiment, it might seem probable that selection had some influence on the appearance of the mutation. Were such the case, the mutation should appear again if the original selection should be repeated. Wild stock was therefore selected, as before, for a high number of teeth in the sex comb. The selection was carried on even longer than the first case, but no abnormal flies were discovered. 2. Selection in the reverse direction, also not followed by mutation. Selection for the smallest number of teeth in the sex comb was carried out. From wild stock, a number of flies having 8 or 9 teeth were mated in pairs to wild females. From the F1 and succeeding generations, the males that had the smallest number of teeth were selected for further mating. Not all the males were examined in each generation, but in the 6th and 10th generations careful counts were made. A table is displayed on the page. The average number of teeth in the wild stock is 10. Selection downward has brought about a decrease in this number. The flies which hatched in each generation of both this and the previous selections were carefully examined for leg abnormalities, but no mutations in the legs were found. As a check on the selection experiments, wild stocks from various localities were examined, and the average number of teeth of 30 to 40 individuals in each stock thus obtained. A table is displayed on the page. A slight variation thus appears in different stocks, but this may be due to the small number counted. The linkage between the factor for reduplication and other sex-linked factors. Red-eyed abnormal males were crossed to normal females with white eyes or barred eyes or vermilion eyes. These 3 characters are sex-linked. The first generation was allowed to develop at room temperature. The flies were then mated at room temperature and later transferred to new bottles and placed in the ice chest where the eggs were laid. Mating at room temperature was found to be necessary, as it evidently does not take place at the low temperature. The eggs developed very slowly, and although many reached the late larval or early pupal stage, development did not proceed farther in most cases. A few flies emerged at low temperature, but the numbers were too small to be significant. The same matings were then repeated, but with some changes in method. When the F1 hatched, they were mated both in pairs and in mass cultures, and then removed not to an icebox but to a cold room, the temperature of which varied approximately from 10 degrees to 15 degrees Celsius. After the F2 larvae had pupated, about 20 to 28 days after mating of F1, they were removed to the normal room temperature, at which the flies hatched. No attempt was made, as in some of the previous experiments, Table 8 and 9, to have the conditions nearly identical for all the developing flies, and the experiment was planned to obtain as many abnormals in F2 as possible. Thus, when the bottles were removed to room temperature, although some of the larvae had pupated, others were still in the larval stage. By this method, a much larger yield was obtained, and a fair percentage of those which hatched were abnormal. Two kinds of controls were used. In the first, the F1 flies which had laid in the cold room were transferred to new bottles, and a second batch of eggs was laid at a normal room temperature where the entire development took place. For the second control, abnormal flies from pure stock were mated and kept in the cold room, as in the case of the F1 described above. The expectation and the count are as follows. Equations are displayed on the page. In crosses like cross 3, where one or both dominant sex-linked characters entered with the female parent, the crossovers are recognized only in the male class, since all the F2 females carry the factor which was dominant in their grandmother. In crosses where both sex-linked characters are recessive in the female, as in crosses 1 and 2, the F2 females as well as males can usually be used in determining the linkage. In the present experiment, however, the female crossovers must necessarily be disregarded, since, as will be shown later, female flies carrying A are more often normal than the males carrying A. It is obvious that all of the F2 males cannot be used to determine the linkage, since some males that are normal, whether barred, vermilion or white, may carry the A factor. Diagram 4 is displayed on the page. The calculation of the linkage is, therefore, made on the following basis. Though all the F2 flies are recorded, the abnormal males are only considered in determining the linkage. The ratio between the abnormal crossover males and the total number of abnormal males is thus regarded as a measure of the distance between the A factor and the other factor under consideration. This scheme rests upon the assumption that barred, vermilion, white, and red flies carrying A develop the reduplications to an equal extent. This assumption seems justifiable, as there is no evidence that any interaction takes place between A and other factors. The results given above show that the linkage between the A factor and the three other factors compared above is strongest in the case of vermilion, 1.6, much weaker with barred, 20.6, and still weaker with white, 28.9. Sturtevant, 13, showed that 30.7% of crossing over occurs between white and vermilion, and Tice, 14, showed that 25.3% of crossing over took place between barred and vermilion. These three factors may be diagrammatically represented as in diagram 4. The strength of the linkage between vermilion and abnormal indicates that their loci are close together. This conclusion is further supported by the linkage between white and normal, 20.9, and between barred and abnormal, 20.6. These distances are reasonably close to those obtained by Sturtevant for white and vermilion, and by Tice for barred and vermilion. Recent work done in this laboratory has shown that a double crossing over involving two breaks in the chromosome may take place when long distances are concerned. When this occurs, the non-crossover classes are increased and the crossovers decreased. Allowing for a larger number of double crossovers in the present work than in that of Sturtevant and Tice, the results fall within the limits of variation which might be expected if vermilion were as close to abnormal as the percent of crossovers, 1.6, indicates. It seems hardly necessary to determine on which side of vermilion the A factor is located, since the nature of the character will necessarily exclude it from other linkage experiments. These results afford additional evidence, were such necessary, of the location of the A factor in the sex chromosome and of the identical factor of this and other sex-linked factors. The factor for reduplication A semi-lethal. A second control of the above crosses was made by allowing flies of pure abnormal stock to develop at the low temperature until the pupae stage had been reached, when they were removed to normal room temperature. The feature which distinguished this control from the main test was thus not a difference in the environmental conditions, as in the first control, but a difference in the genetic constitution of the flies. The following flies hatched from the control. P abnormal stock, 5 bottles. Normal female, 391. Normal male, 105. Abnormal female, 151. Abnormal male, 301. It was necessary to hatch many of these flies artificially, as before, but the normal individuals were perfectly normal. Therefore, the low temperatures maintained during the main test were either kept too high or not continued long enough to influence all the flies carrying the A factor, but only by this method could a sufficient number of abnormal flies be obtained. It is important to note that from the low temperature bottles of the abnormal stock, a smaller number of males and females was hatched, and that a larger proportion of the abnormals were males. Thus the low temperature, which has been shown in Table 9 to exert a lethal effect on pure abnormal stock, is more fatal to males than to females. Previous experiments, Table 9, have shown that when pure abnormal stocks develop at low temperature, the percent of abnormals is increased, but the total number of flies decreased. Abnormal flies are thus much less viable than are flies of wild stocks. However, as the abnormals appear more frequently when the larvae are developed at reduced temperature, the low viability of this stock is much more pronounced under these conditions. In crosses with the wild, when the F2 flies have developed at room temperature, those classes which, in the absence of crossover, carry the factor for abnormality, as the red-eyed flies in crosses 1 and 2 and the not-barred flies in cross 3, fall only slightly, if at all, below the other classes. If the F2 flies are raised at reduced temperature, however, these classes fall far below the others. This decreased viability is often noticed in the males alone, for, as stated above, females, even when homozygous for A, are less affected by a low temperature. Upon the males, the factor for abnormality has a definite lethal effect, which is greatly increased by a reduced temperature. This fact is well shown by the following figures, in which the F2 recorded above are grouped according to I character alone. A table is displayed on the page. These figures show that the lethal effect is also evident in those classes of males which would not, in the absence of crossover, carry the factor for abnormality. In crosses 1 and 2, there were no lethal effect. All 4 classes should be equal, and in cross 3 the number of not barred and barred males should in each case be 1/2 that of the barred females. Not only are the red males in cross 1 and 2 and the not barred males in cross 3 far below the other classes, but the vermilion, white and barred males are also low in number. The decreased viability of these groups is directly proportional to the extent to which the vermilion, white and barred factors cross over with the factors for the normal red eye. Thus in cross 1, the number of the vermilion males was only slightly less than that of the red or vermilion females, for only seldom, 1.6, does crossing over affect the vermilion males. In crosses 2 and 3, the white and barred males showed a larger decrease than did the vermilion males, since the leakage was stronger between abnormal and vermilion than between abnormal and either barred or white. Also, the white males were more affected than the barred males, as crossing over took place oftener in the case of white, 28.9, than in the case of barred, 20.6. It is interesting to contrast the results given above with those obtained by Rawls and by Morgan. The former discovered among her cultures an unusual sex ratio of 2 females to 1 male. Morgan found that this ratio was due to a sex-linked factor, 1 dose of which is fatal to the male. A female homozygous for lethal can never be produced, but a heterozygous female with 1 dose can survive. In the case of the reduplicating factor A, a single dose may be more or less fatal, depending partially on the environmental conditions during the larval stages. It is evident that the lethal effect was greater when development took place at reduced temperature. This was especially apparent when the first flies began to hatch from the cooled bottles in the crosses given above. Since the eggs had not all been laid at the same time, and since the bottles had been removed to a warm room when the larvae began to pupate, the first flies to hatch were necessarily those which had been longest under the influence of the cold. In the case of a number of bottles, several days elapsed after the first hatching before any red or unbarred males appeared. Vermilion, white or barred males hatched almost from the start, so that the delay in hatching applied to the 1 male non-crossover class which carried the A factor. This result is entirely in harmony with that given in Table 9 and shows that the lethal effect of the A factor varies directly in proportion to the length of exposure to cold. This factor therefore acts as a semi-lethal. If many of the flies in the above experiment had not been artificially hatched, the lethal effect would have been still more pronounced. As practically all the flies which reached the pupae stage were included in the count, it seems probable that A factor in many cases exerts its fatal influence during the early stages of development. Symmetry of reduplicated parts. 1. In Drosophila. The abnormal legs present a great variety of types, a number of which are here figured. A detailed description of the legs is given with the figures. Special attention has been paid to the symmetry of the extra parts and its relation to the symmetry of the normal leg. The symmetry is estimated from the manner in which the parts are bent upon each other and from the position of the claws on the last tarsal segment. In the case of the first pair of legs of the male, the position of the sex comb has also proved a reliable guide. If the sex comb is lacking or its position uncertain, the symmetry of the first leg is determined by the claws, and the reverse applies when the claws are lacking. If a leg has two parts, that are right and left, the symmetry is indicated as RL, the part of the left of the figure being first indicated. Two such parts are designated as secondary. If one of two such secondary parts be again bifurcated into two so-called tertiary parts, the symmetry of the whole is indicated by separating the letters which represent the two secondary parts by a semicolon, thus R, semicolon, LR. The letters X, Y, and Z are used when the symmetry cannot be determined. When a leg has three parts, all of which seem to originate at the same level, the three letters representing these parts are separated by commas, thus RLR. When there are more than three parts originated from one leg, colons and then periods are used to separate the letters representing the parts. A comparison of the legs figured and described in the plates shows that they readily fall into a number of definite types as follows. Type A, simple bifurcation occurring at any level of the leg from coccyx to tarsus, and involving many or only a few segments. The two parts so formed may usually be indicated as left and right respectively, i.e., they may be considered as mirror images of each other, though one of the two parts is sometimes larger than the other. Examples. A list of examples is displayed on the page. Figures 5, 8, and 34 may be of this type, but the legs are too incomplete to determine this definitely. Type B. Bifurcation into two secondary parts and further division of one of the secondary parts into two tertiary parts. This is a very common type. Usually the two tertiary parts may be identified as left and right with respect to each other, and that tertiary part that is nearer the undivided secondary is a mirror image of it. Moreover, the undivided secondary, practically without exception, retains the symmetry of the normal leg. Thus the whole leg be a right, the undivided secondary is a right. Examples. A list of examples is displayed on the page. Type C. In examples of this type, there is at most one division of segments, and often the leg is undivided, but two divisions are indicated by the number of claws or sex combs. Examples. A. No division of segments, but tarsus with two combs, and a large distal segment having three pairs of claws, two of which have a common pad. Left first leg, figure 2, L, RL. B. A single division of segments resulting from two tarsi, one of which bears three claws. Right first leg, figure 7. C. A single division of segments resulting in two tarsi, one of which has two sex combs, and probably always two pairs of claws. Division at femur, left first, figure 15, L. Division at femur, left third, figure 37, L. Division at tarsus, right first, figure 6, R:(LR). Division at tibia, left first, figure 9, LR:(L). Type D. In examples of this type, three parts proceed from a single undivided segment. I have only two undisputed cases of this type. In one of the two specimens, the outer and inner parts have the same symmetry, and they are mirror images of the middle part between them. The symmetry cannot be determined in the other specimen, as the claws are lacking. Examples. Division at first tarsal segment. Left first, figure 4, LRL. Division at fourth tarsal segment. Left first, figure 3. Type E. After a single division resulting in the formation of two secondary parts, each letter shows one or more further divisions, involving segments or only parts of segments. Examples. A. First division at femur and second division involving tarsus of each part. Right first, figure 17, LR:(LR). B. First division at femur. One of the secondary parts divides into two, and the other into 3 tertiary parts. First division at the femur, second division at tibia or tarsus, left first, figure 19, RX:LR, L. Type F. This type is simply a continuation of the process of division seen in Type B, and involves a division into 2 secondary parts, one of which remains single, whereas the other shows several further divisions. First division at femur, second division at tibia, and third and fourth divisions at tarsus. Left first, figure 21, RXYZL. Type G. No division of segments occurs, but parts of abnormal size and shape. Examples: right first, figure 26, left first, figure 27, left third, figure 32. Type H. No division of parts, but complete fusion of the 2 legs of the opposite sides. Example: figure 25, which represents the fused left and right legs of the first pair. In figure 19 of Type E, division has occurred, but in this case also, the first pair of legs is more or less completely fused. All of the abnormal legs of Drosophila that I have studied belong to one of these 9 types. Many examples of nearly all the types have been observed, but drawings were made only when a new variety of the type was found. At first sight, these types may seem unconnected by any plan of division. Careful study, however, will reveal the fact that, although the first 6 types are dissimilar, the difference is one of degree and not of kind. All have evidently been produced by one or more bifurcations. In Type A, only one division has taken place, and only 2 parts have resulted. The 2 parts are mirror images, and there is no reason to assume that either of them is duplex in value. The examples of Type B obviously result from 2 successive bifurcations, the first, which is similar to the single division of Type A, and the second, which affects only one of the parts formed by the first division. In Type C, the second division does not involve the division of segments, and it is indicated only by the double claws or double combs. It is possible that in these cases, the claws and combs alone, and not the segments between them, should be regarded as duplex. It seems more probable that such forms represent legs in which the second division is incomplete, or in which the parts formed by the second division have become more or less fused. The symmetry of the 3 parts is very definitely regulated. In all examples of the 2 types, B and C, in which the symmetry of the 3 parts can be determined, the following relations are clear. The undivided secondary part formed by the first division maintains the true symmetry of the leg. If the leg be a right, the undivided secondary is a right, no matter whether it be the outermost or the innermost of these 3 parts. The tertiary part next to it is a mirror image of it, and the tertiary part farther from it is like it in symmetry. The symmetry of the 2 tertiary parts appear as though regulated by the symmetry of the undivided secondary part. This conclusion is the only one possible if it be granted that Type B is only a further development of Type A. The 3 apparently equal parts in the legs of Type D proceed from one undivided segment. This form of reduplication may seem very different from that just described, but I am inclined to think that it is simply a modification of Type B in which both divisions have occurred at the same level of the leg. If the process of division, characteristic of the types thus far described, should be further continued, it would lead to the formation of forms such as those described under types E and F. In Type E, both instead of one of the secondary parts formed as in Type A, divide, and no further division occurs, a form like that of Figure 17 results. It should again be pointed out, however, that a division of the sex comb may or may not indicate a duplex nature of the part, though the former supposition seems more probable. If, however, there should be a further division involving only one of the 4 tertiary parts, 5 parts instead of 4 would be formed. 4 parts might also arise, not as in Figure 17, by simultaneous division of both secondary parts, but by a continuation of the process begun in Type B. Thus, the undivided secondaries should still remain simplex, and if one of the 2 tertiary parts formed by division of the other secondary should divide, 4 parts would result. I have no examples of this kind, but Figure 21 involves the same process in which the division has proceeded one step further. This leg is particularly interesting since it shows to what an extent the successive divisions may take place. The respective values of the parts in this leg are very clear. The symmetry of these legs having 4 or 5 parts leads to some further considerations, since in general two parts with the same symmetry are not adjacent to each other, it is probable that, with each subsequent division, the symmetry of the new parts is regulated by the symmetry of the adjacent parts. We may thus conclude that a single division, as in type A, results in the formation of a right and left, either of which may be on the outer side. The symmetry of a part formed by a further division of one of these two is determined, not by any special innate potentiality which it possesses, but by its position with respect to the adjacent parts. When the abnormal flies developed at low temperature, their legs often showed a great degree of abnormality than when development took place at normal room temperature. The basal parts were frequently very much enlarged and sometimes divided, as in Figure 36. In other specimens, no division of the segments had taken place. Type G, Figures 26, 27, and 32. Legs of this type were usually found on flies having other legs which were more or less divided, and as they have never, to my knowledge, been found on flies of the normal wild stock, it may safely be concluded that they, also, are due to the A factor carried by the abnormal flies. All the other types may be explained as due to one or more divisions, which in some cases were indicated only by double combs or by extra claws. Since the divisions may thus manifestly affect such small parts only, it seems reasonable to conclude that in the abnormally shaped legs of type G, the divisions have affected only parts of the segments, or groups of cells. The three groups of teeth linearly arranged in the first tarsal segment of Figure 26 lend support to this view of general subdivision. It seems probable that the cells of the leg and leg in those flies which carry the A factor are extremely plastic, easily divided, and are easily united when contact occurs. The results of the study of the symmetry of abnormal legs may be briefly summarized as follows. 1. Extra parts may arise at any level of the leg. 2. The parts contained in the extra appendages are only those which are distal to the point of origin, and all the distal parts are in most cases represented. Figures 2 and 23 are exceptions to this and are probably due to a linear fusion of segments. 3. 3 duplicated parts are the results of a continued bifurcation, and any part may continue to bifurcate although the other parts may show no further division. By 4 bifurcations, one leg may thus form 5 parts. 4. When a single division takes place, the resulting parts are left and right respectively. When further division of one of the secondary parts takes place, the symmetry of the resulting tertiary parts bears a relation to that of the undivided secondary, in that two parts of the same symmetry are never adjacent to each other. The undivided secondary retains the normal symmetry of the leg. 5. After a division, the resulting parts may be more or less fused, and the duplex nature indicated only by a double comb or extra claws. I consider a part as duplex only when some definite structure which is characteristic of that part is duplex, for otherwise one is forced to assume that the entire limb is duplex whenever any distal part of it shows indication of doubling. Duplex parts, in fact, are usually preceded by proximal parts no larger than those of a normal leg. 2. Reduplication in other animals. Reduplication of the appendages has been found in nature among many groups of animals, but it has been most frequently observed in arthropods, amphibia, and mammals. The extra parts observed in arthropods usually consist of 2 supernumerary appendages. In mammals and in amphibia, many kinds of reduplication have been found, such as an extra pelvic girdle with 2 supernumerary limbs, amphibia, 1 or 2 extra extremities, more or less complete, amphibia, birds, mammals, man, extra digits, cat, man, etc. The extra parts are often somewhat incomplete or imperfect. In man, polydactyly is the most common form of reduplication. There are various kinds of polydactyly, and in the majority of cases there is no manifest change in the symmetry of the hand or foot, and the extra digit is apparently a reduplication of one of the normal digits. A new symmetry is, however, sometimes established, as in double hands and feet. Bateson's pioneer work on the materials for the study of variation has done more in bringing together examples of meristic phenomena from all the main phyla. In this work, Bateson has described reduplication in insects, crustacea, birds, and various mammals, artiodactyls, perissodactyls, cats, and man. In his recent work on Diverbation hypermelie, Pohl has collected more evidence concerning the meristic variations of vertebrates, especially of man, and he has also included a summary of the experimental work on regeneration of limbs of amphibians. 3. Reduplication in insects. Bateson has formulated a number of rules to apply to reduplication in insects. The substance of these is as follows. 1. The parts composing extra legs do not, as a rule, greatly differ from those of the normal legs which bear them. 2. The parts found in the extra legs are those parts which are in the normal leg, peripheral to the point which the extra leg arise, and, as a rule, no more. 3. Extra legs may arise from any point on the normal leg, but there is a slight preponderance of cases beginning from the apex of the tibia. 4. It does not appear that extra legs arise more commonly from either of the 3 normal pairs in particular. 5. Supernumerary legs of double structure are sometimes found as 2 limbs separate from each other, nearly or quite from the point of origin, but in the majority of cases their central parts may be so compounded together that they seem to form but one limb, and the essential double character of the limb is not then conspicuous except in the periphery. Rule 1. The long axes of the normal appendage and of the 2 extra appendages are in one plane. Of the 2 extra appendages, one is therefore nearer to the axis of the normal appendage, and the other is remoter from it. Rule 2. The nearer of the 2 extra appendages is in structure and position formed as the image of the normal appendage in a plane mirror between the normal appendage and the nearer one, at right angles to a plane of the 3 axes, and the remainder appendage is the image of the nearer in a plane mirror, similarly placed between the 2 extra appendages. Bateson states that it is practically certain that in no case can a single, viz., an unpaired duplicate of the normal appendage grow from it. Thus he says, a limb of one side of the body, say the right, has it in the power to form a pair of limbs, right and left, as an outgrowth of itself, but cannot form a second left limb alone. He explains examples in which there is a single unpaired duplicate of the normal appendage as instances of a supernumerary pair in which only the 2 morphologically anterior or 2 morphologically posterior surfaces are developed. If we compare these conclusions with those obtained in the present study of reduplication of Drosophila, we find that many of the observations and rules of Bateson which are given above are in general confirmed. I have found, however, a greater number of the flies showing reduplication of the first pair of legs than of any other, though many flies with extra second or third legs have been observed. The symmetrical relations which Bateson observed hold for Drosophila in those cases in which 2 extra parts have grown from the normal leg. The same relations also hold in general for those legs of Drosophila in which there are more than 2 extra parts, although Bateson had no examples of this kind. Bateson's statement that a right limb cannot form from a second left limb alone appears arbitrary in the light of the present work, since, in a number of cases, a single unpaired extra part, a mirror image of the normal, has been observed. Since such single extra parts show no indication of doubling, I am not convinced that there is any advantage in regarding them as double. We have thus in Drosophila legs with from 1 to 4 extra parts, the latter having certain definite symmetrical relations to each other and to the normal leg. 4. Comparison between the extra appendages of Drosophila and other animals. Bateson found no examples like those last mentioned, and, since he regarded all insect reduplications as composed of 2 extra parts grafted upon the normal, he was unable to homogenize the variations of insects with those of animals. If, however, the type which Bateson regarded as universal be considered as only one of a number of types, then the reduplication of both insects and mammals may be shown to result from a more or less continued process of division. If, with the suggestion in mind, the figures given by Bateson and Pohl be again examined, many reduplications, morphologically very different, will probably be brought into line. It must be remembered, however, that some of the parts formed by the divisions may fail, as in Drosophila, to obtain complete development. This is a possible explanation of some of the forms of polydactyly found in man. 5. Comparison with the regeneration of experiment of Tournier. The work of Tournier at Fritsch on regeneration has thrown much light on the origin and meaning of the reduplications found in nature. This work is briefly summarized by Pohl. Fritsch cut off the hand of Triton and then, following the method of Barforth, he made a longitudinal cut in the forelimb. In 2 cases, a hand was regenerated from each of the cut surfaces at the end of the forearm. Tournier also performed similar experiments. In one case, he cut off the hip leg of Triton near the hip joint and stretched a thread across the cut stump, so that the femur was practically divided at the cut end. A double limb, with the 2 feet turned toward each other, regenerated from the cut femur. Tournier carried on a still more interesting series of experiments on tadpoles, in which the posterior limb rudiments had just appeared. He found that when the anlage of one side only was cut, 3 limbs were sometimes formed on that side instead of 1. If the anlage of both sides were cut at the same time, 6 limbs sometimes resulted, an extra girdle with 2 legs being on each side. In certain regeneration experiments, where a single cut was made, only 1 extra limb was formed, probably due to crowding, and this limb was always a mirror image of the nearest stem limb. When 2 extra limbs were formed, each was in symmetry with the other if the 2 were near together, but in symmetry with the nearest stem limb if they were far apart. Tournier considered the number of parts formed and the degree of union of the extra parts as dependent upon the space in which the parts developed. Thus, in a limited space, 1 part might be crowded out, or 2 parts became more or less fused. In addition to his experimental work, Tournier carried on a comparative study of reduplication, particularly in insects and in mammals. He concluded that the results of his experiments on amphibia could be applied to the regenerated legs found in insects and to the supernumerary limbs of mammals. He showed that reduplications in insects could be explained as due to injuries resulting from wounds, and extra parts in mammals by a pressure of the amniotic fold upon the embryo. According to this view, the number of cut surfaces and the available space determined the number of supernumerary parts, thus explained the formation of 1 or 2 extra parts in both insects and mammals. Further observations were made by Tournier concerning the symmetry of the extra parts in insects and in mammals. In the beetle, he found if 2 extra limbs develop, they are right and left respectively, but if only 1 develops, it is a mirror picture of the stem leg from which it arises. He furthermore states that the evidence from mammals also indicates that an extra limb is a mirror image of the stem limb. The experiments and observations of Tournier seem to have been somewhat neglected. They are certainly highly instructive as indicating the fundamental similarity between the extra parts of insects and vertebrates. They are also interesting in that they afford comparison with the results obtained in the present work. Many of the reduplications found in Drosophila, had they been discovered as isolated cases, might readily have been explained as regenerations due to injuries, as Tournier has suggested for similar formations in beetles. It is rather striking that the symmetry of the regenerated parts of insects which Tournier has observed is like that of the extra appendages of Drosophila. There is, however, one main point of difference. In Drosophila, the extra legs are not due to injuries, and they are fully formed when the flies hatch. The character is, moreover, inherited, in the sense that the potentiality for division of legs is present in every fly of the abnormal stock, whether or not it is actually realized. The natural conclusion, therefore, is that the abnormal stock of Drosophila, that factor A, acted with the rest of the organism, produces a condition favorable for bringing about repeated divisions of the leg and anlage. The separation of the cells of the anlage, as the experimental work on Drosophila has shown, must be brought about more readily when a low temperature is maintained. The experiments have further shown that a low temperature is effective only if applied during the early larval stages. Since this is the case, the low temperature must act in some way not only on the cells of the anlage, but also on the cells which are to give rise to the leg anlage, for at the very early stages the imaginal discs have not yet been formed. Other work on regeneration besides that of Tournier leads support to the conclusion that the formation of the extra parts may be due simply to a separation of the cells of the anlage. For example, Morgan found that when the head of a planarian was cut off, a single head would regenerate, if no further cut were made. However, if a longitudinal slit were made at the anterior end, or with a wedge-shaped piece were removed from the middle of the body, a new head would grow from each of the cut surfaces. The breaking of the solid connection between the cells thus determines the duplex mature of the regenerating end. It therefore seems probable that in Drosophila, if the cells should be separated at the end of the developing limb, a complete bifurcation would result, and the structure would be duplex throughout a less or greater extent, depending on the stage of development of the anlage or upon the length of the separation of the cells. If the separation should occur on the side of a developing limb, either one or two extra limbs might result, depending upon the degree of restriction of the parts. Inheritance of reduplications in other animals. 1. Inheritance of extra toe in fowls. With the exception of fowls, little is known of the inheritance of reduplications, and the data collected do not conform to those of ordinary Mendelian inheritance. Davenport, Bateson and Saunders, Punnett and Hurst have done a considerable work on the inheritance of extra toes in fowls. Davenport found that the extra toe character acts sometimes as a dominant and sometimes as a recessive. His results were as follows. Normal, by extra toe, to F1, 21.6% normal, 78.4% abnormal. F1 normal, by F1 normal, to F2, 73.9% normal, 26.1% abnormal. Davenport concluded that the extra toe character is dominant to the normal, but sometimes so imperfectly so as not to appear. This imperfection of dominance, he found, occurs in homozygous as well as heterozygous individuals. For in some pure-bred strains of Hodans or Dorkings having 5 toes in each foot, 3 to 4% of the offspring fail to develop the extra toe on either side. Davenport thinks this is due simply to a weakening of the dominance and not to its reversal. Bateson and Saunders, after working with the same character in the Dorking fowl, also concluded that extra toe acts sometimes as a dominant, sometimes as a recessive. They furthermore state that the recessive normal character may sometimes dominate. Bateson and Punnett found that a single individual may give different proportions of extra-toed offspring at different periods. Hurst's results on fowls are as follows. In F1, the extra toe of the Houdan is dominant over the normal foot of Leghorn, Amberg, and Cochin. In some cases, the dominance is complete, the extra toe being reproduced in its entirety. In other cases, the dominance is incomplete, all stages of extra toe being produced, from the most perfect toe down to the mere duplication of the nail. In a few cases, the extra toe is found in one foot only, the other foot being apparently normal. In a few cases, there is simply an elongated hallux. In F2, the hybrid dominant extra toes of F1 mated together gave dominant extra toes and apparently recessive extra toes in proportion 3.8 to 1. Mated with pure recessive, no extra toes, they give dominant extra toes and apparently recessive, no extra toes in varying proportions 1 to 1.3, 1 to 1.1, 1 to 1.4, 1 to 3.3. Hurst concludes that the 1 to 3.3 rates must be due to some abnormal disturbance, since the other results are so nearly uniform. He therefore regards the case as a true instance of failure of dominance, but thinks it evident that segregation takes place along Mendelian lines. Hurst finds the cases of incomplete dominance in fowls appear to be about twice as numerous as cases of complete dominance. 2. Inheritance of polydactyly in man. Polydactyly in man is apparently a dominant, but as Davenport states, polydactyly is difficult to explain in Mendelian principles. Bateson finds that it may appear in the same strain or family under forms morphologically very dissimilar. The general facts of inheritance of extra digits in fowls and in man are thus very similar to those for Drosophila, for in all three the more divided state may sometimes act as a dominant and sometimes as a recessive. In Drosophila, however, the dominance is to some extent dependent upon the environmental conditions. It seems probable that a similar explanation may apply to these other cases also, and that, to obtain a large number of abnormal individuals, certain external conditions must be maintained throughout development. Whether or not these and other cases of reversal of dominance or incomplete dominance are the result of environmental conditions can of course be determined only by future experiments. 3. All reduplications not dominant characters. Bateson has stated that the less divided state is usually dominant to the more divided states. Clearly, the extra legs of Drosophila, as well as the extra digits of fowls and of man, are exceptions to this statement. The mule hoof of swine, reported by Spillman, and the webbed character of the digits of man, reported by Nilsham, do, however, conform to Bateson's rule, since both of these dominate the more divided or normal condition. Thus, a less divided state in some animals is a dominant, in others a recessive. I see no reason to suppose that the more divided state should, in all animals, act in the same way, as a recessive or as a dominant. Bateson considers the added divisions to be due either to the addition of some factor or power which enables the part to divide, or to the absence of something which in the normal body prevents the part from dividing. In the case of Drosophila, it need only be stated that some germinal change has brought about a new condition of the cells of the leg, and age favourable to bifurcation, but further than this we cannot go. Summary. 1. Selection aimed to produce races of Drosophila possessing high or low numbers of teeth in the sex comb resulted in the isolation of races with high and low numbers of teeth, but in neither race was the number of teeth of the average individual higher or lower than the extreme variance in the wild stock. 2. During the course of the selection, a mutation involving reduplications in the legs appeared. The origin of the mutation was probably not determined in any way by the selection, for repeated selection in the new line was not followed by a similar mutation. 3. The new character was found to be due to a sex-linked factor, the location of which in the sex chromosome is close to that of the factor for vermilion eyes. 4. The extra legs sometimes added as a dominant and sometimes as a recessive character, and flies homozygous for the reduplicating factor were often perfectly normal. 5. The reduplications were found to be due to some extent to the temperature, as a low temperature maintained throughout the larval life was necessary for the production of a large proportion of abnormal flies. Only flies carrying the reduplicating factor, however, could be thus affected by a decrease in temperature. 6. The extra legs were of a variety of types, and the number of extra parts in a single leg varied from 1 to 4. A definite relation in symmetry is found to exist between the normal and the supernumerary parts. It is apparent that the extra parts are formed by one or more bifurcations, and it is suggested that reduplications in other animals may be explained in a similar manner. End of The Influence of Temperature on the Development of a Mendelian Character by Mildred A. Hodge. Recorded by Leon Harvey for LibriVox.org.
The Instruction of Ptah-hotep by Ptah-hotep. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. On avoiding offence. 1. The cautious man flourisheth, the exact one is praised, the innermost chamber openeth unto the man of silence. Wide is the seat of the man gentle of speech, but knives are prepared against one that forceth a path, that he advance not, save in due season. 2. If thou sit with a company of people, desire not the bread that thou likest. Short is the time of restraining the heart, and gluttony is an abomination. Therein is the quality of a beast. A cup of water quencheth the thirst, and a mouthful of melon supporteth the heart. A good thing standeth for goodness, but some small thing standeth for plenty. A base man is he that is governed by his belly. He departeth only when he is no longer able to fill full his belly in men's houses. 3. If thou sit with a glutton, eat with him, then depart. If thou drink with a drunkard, accept drink, and his heart shall be satisfied. Refuse not meat when with a greedy man. Take that which he giveth thee. Set it not on one side, thinking that it will be a courteous thing. 4. If a man be lacking in good fellowship, no speech hath any influence over him. He is sour of face towards the glad-hearted that are kindly to him. He is a grief unto his mother and his friends. And all men cry, Let thy name be known. Thou art silent in thy mouth when thou art addressed. 5. Be not haughty because of thy might in the midst of thy young soldiers. Beware of making strife, for one knoweth not the things that the God will do when he punisheth. The vizier caused his sons and daughters to be summoned when he had finished the rules of the conduct of men, and they marveled when they came to him. Then he said unto them, Hearken unto everything that is in writing in this book, even as I have said it, in adding unto profitable sayings. And they cast themselves on their bellies, and they read it, even as it was in writing. And it was better in their opinion than anything in this land unto its limits. Now they were living when his majesty the king of Upper and Lower Egypt, Heuni, departed, and his majesty the king of Upper and Lower Egypt, Senfuru, was enthroned as a gracious king over the whole of this land. Then was Ptah-hotep made governor of his city and vizier. It is finished. End of The Instruction of Ptah-hotep. The Instruction of Ptah-hotep by Ptah-hotep, translated by Batterscombe G. Gunn. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The instruction of the governor of his city, the vizier Ptah-hotep, in the reign of the king of Upper and Lower Egypt, Isosi, living forever to the end of time. A. The governor of his city, the vizier Ptah-hotep, he said, O prince, my lord, the end of life is at hand. Old age descendeth upon me, feebleness cometh, and childishness is renewed. He that is old lieth down in misery every day. The eyes are small, the ears are deaf, energy is diminished, the heart hath no rest, the mouth is silent, and he speaketh no word. The heart stoppeth, and he remembereth not yesterday. The bones are painful throughout the body. Good turneth unto evil, all taste departeth. These things doth old age for mankind, being evil in all things. The nose is stopped, and he breatheth not for weakness, whether standing or sitting. Command me, thy servant, therefore, to make over my princely authority to my son. Let me speak unto him the words of them that hearken to the counsel of the men of old time, those that hearkened unto the gods. I pray thee, let this thing be done, that sin may be banished from among persons of understanding, that thou may enlighten the lands. Said the majesty of this God, Instruct him then in the words of old time. May he be a wonder unto the children of princes, that they may enter and hearken with him. Make straight all their hearts, and discourse with him without causing weariness. B. Here begin the proverbs of fair speech, spoken by the hereditary chief, the Holy Father, beloved of the God, the eldest son of the king, of his body, the governor of his city, the vizier, Ptah-hotep, when instructing the ignorant in the knowledge of exactness in fair speaking, the glory of him that obeyeth, the shame of him that transgresseth them. He said unto his son, 1. Be not proud because thou art learned, but discourse with the ignorant man as with the sage. For no limit can be set to skill, neither is there any craftsman that possesseth full advantages. Fair speech is more rare than the emerald that is found by slave maidens on the pebbles. 2. If thou find an arguer talking, one that is well disposed and wiser than thou, let thine arms fall, bend thy back, be not angry with him if he agree not with thee. Refrain from speaking evilly. Oppose him not at any time when he speaketh. If he address thee as one ignorant of the matter, thine humbleness shall bear away his contentions. 3. If thou find an arguer talking, thy fellow, one that is within thy reach, keep not silence when he saith aught that is evil, so shalt thou be wiser than he. Great will be the applause on the part of the listeners, and thy name shall be good in the knowledge of princes. 4. If thou find an arguer talking, a poor man, that is to say, not thine equal, be not scornful towards him because he is lowly. Let him alone, then shall he confound himself. Question him not to please thine heart, neither pour out thy wrath upon him that is before thee. It is shameful to confuse a mean mind. If thou be about to do that which is in thine heart, overcome it as a thing rejected of princes. 5. If thou be a leader, as one directing the conduct of the multitude, endeavour always to be gracious, that thine own conduct be without defect. Great is truth, appointing a straight path. Never hath it been overthrown since the reign of Osiris. One that oversteppeth the laws shall be punished. Overstepping is by the covetous man, but degradations bear off his riches, for the season of his evil doing ceaseth not. For he saith, I will obtain by myself for myself, and saith not, I will obtain because I am allowed. But the limits of justice are steadfast. It is that which a man repeateth from his father. 6. Cause not fear among men. For this the God punisheth likewise. For there is a man that saith, Therein is life, and he is bereft of the bread of his mouth. There is a man that saith, Power is therein, and he saith, I seize for myself that which I perceive. Thus a man speaketh, and he is smitten down. It is another that attaineth by giving unto him that hath not. Not he that causeth men dread, for it happeneth that what the God hath commanded, even that thing cometh to pass. Live therefore in the house of kindliness, and men shall come and give gifts of themselves. 7. If thou be among the guests of a man that is greater than thou, accept that which he giveth thee, putting it to thy lips. If thou look at him that is before thee, thine host. Pierce him not with many glances. It is abhorred of the soul to stare at him. Speak not till he address thee. One knoweth not what may be evil in his opinion. Speak when he questioneth thee. So shall thy speech be good in his opinion. The noble who sitteth before food divideth it as his soul moveth him. He giveth unto him that he would favour. It is the custom of the evening meal. It is his soul that guideth his hand. It is the noble that bestoweth, not the underling that attaineth. Thus the eating of bread is under the providence of God. He is an ignorant man that disputeth it. 8. If thou be an emissary sent from one noble to another, be exact after the manner of him that sent thee. Give his message even as he hath said it. Beware of making enmity by thy words, setting one noble against the other by perverting truth. Overstep it not, neither repeat that which any man, be he prince or peasant, saith in opening the heart. It is abhorrent to the soul. 9. If thou have ploughed, gather thine harvest in the field, and the God shall make it great under thine hand. Fill not thy mouth at thy neighbour's table. If a crafty man be the possessor of wealth, he stealeth like a crocodile from the priests. Let not a man be envious that hath no children. Let him be neither downcast nor quarrelsome on account of it, for a father, though great, may be grieved. As to the mother of children, she hath less peace than another. Verily, each man is created to his destiny by the God, who is the chief of a tribe, trustful in following him. 10. If thou be lowly, serve a wise man, that all thine actions may be good before the God. If thou have known a man of none account, that hath been advanced in rank, be not haughty towards him on account of that which thou knowest concerning him, but honour him that hath been advanced according to that which he hath become. Behold, riches come not of themselves, it is their rule for him that desireth them. If he bestow him and collect them himself, the God shall make him prosperous, but he shall punish him if he be slothful. 11. Follow thine heart during thy lifetime. Do not more than is commanded thee. Diminish not the time of following the heart. It is abhorred of the soul, that its time of ease be taken away. Shorten not the daytime more than is needful to maintain thine house. When riches are gained, follow the heart, for riches are of no avail if one be weary. 12. If thou wouldst be a wise man, beget a son for the pleasing of the God. If he make straight his course after thine example, if he arrange thine affairs in due order, do unto him all that is good, for thy son is he, begotten of thine own soul. Sunder not thine heart from him, or thine own begotten shall curse thee. If he be heedless and trespass thy rules of conduct, and is violent, if every speech that cometh from his mouth be a vile word, then beat thou him, that his talk may be fitting. Keep him from those that make light of that which is commanded, for it is they that make him rebellious. And they that are guided go not astray, but they that lose their bearings cannot find a straight course. 13. If thou be in the chamber of council, act always according to the steps enjoined on thee at the beginning of the day. Be not absent, or thou shalt be expelled, but be ready in entering and make report. Wide is the seat of one that hath made address. The council chamber acteth by strict rule, and all its plans are in accordance with method. It is the God that advanceth one to a seat therein. The like is not done for elbowers. 14. If thou be among people, make for thyself love, the beginning and end of the heart. One that knoweth not his course shall say in himself, seeing thee, he that ordereth himself duly becometh the owner of wealth. I shall copy his conduct. Thy name shall be good, though thou speak not. Thy body shall be fed, thy face shall be seen among thy neighbours. Thou shalt be provided with what thou lackest. As to the man whose heart obeyeth his belly, he causeth disgust in place of love. His heart is wretched, his body is gross. He is insolent toward those endowed of the God. He that obeyeth his belly hath an enemy. 15. Report thine actions without concealment. Discover thy conduct when in council with thine overlord. It is not evil for the envoy that his report be not answered. Yea, I know it, by the prince, for that which he knoweth includeth not this. If he, the prince, think that he will oppose him on account of it, he thinketh he will be silent because I have spoken. 16. If thou be a leader, cause that the rules that thou hast enjoined be carried out, and do all things as one that remembereth the days coming after, when speech availeth not. Be not lavish of favours, it leadeth to servility. producing slackness. 17. If thou be a leader, be gracious when thou hearkenest unto the speech of a suppliant. Let him not hesitate to deliver himself of that which he hath thought to tell thee, but be desirous of removing his injury. Let him speak freely, that the thing for which he hath come to thee may be done. If he hesitate to open his heart, it is said, is it because he, the judge, doeth the wrong, that no entreaties are made to him concerning it by those to whom it happeneth, but a well-taught heart hearkeneth readily. 18. If thou desire to continue friendship in any abode wherein thou enterest, be it as master, as brother, or as friend, wheresoever thou goest, beware of consorting with women. No place prospereth wherein that is done, nor is it prudent to take part in it. 1,000 men have been ruined for the pleasure of a little time, short as a dream. Even death is reached thereby. It is a wretched thing. As for the evil liver, one leaveth him for what he doth, he is avoided. If his desires be not gratified, he regardeth no laws. 19. If thou desire that thine actions may be good, save thyself from all malice, and beware of the equality of covetousness, which is a grievous inner malady. Let it not chance that thou fall thereinto. It setteth at variance fathers-in-law and the kinsmen of the daughter-in-law. It sundereth the wife and the husband. It gathereth unto itself all evils. It is the girdle of all wickedness. But the man that is just flourisheth. Truth goeth in his footsteps, and he maketh habitations therein, not in the dwelling of covetousness. 20. Be not covetous as touching shares, in seizing that which is not thine own property. Be not covetous towards thy neighbours, for with a gentle man praise availeth more than might. He that is covetous cometh empty from among his neighbours, being void of the persuasion of speech. One hath remorse for even a little covetousness when his belly cooleth. 21. If thou wouldst be wise, provide for thine house, and love thy wife that is in thine arms. Fill her stomach, clothe her back. Oil is the remedy of her limbs. Gladden her heart during thy lifetime, for she is an estate profitable unto its lord. Be not harsh, for gentleness mastereth her more than strength. Give to her that for which she sigheth, and that towards which her eye looketh, so shalt thou keep her in thine house. 22. Satisfy thine hired servants out of such things as thou hast. It is the duty of one that hath been favoured of the God. In sooth, it is hard to satisfy hired servants, for one saith, he is a lavish person. One knoweth not that which may come from him. But on the morrow he thinketh he is a person of exactitude, parsimony, content therein. And when favours have been shown unto servants, they say, we go. Peace dwelleth not in that town wherein dwell servants that are wretched. 23. Repeat not extravagant speech, neither listen thereto, for it is the utterance of a body heated by wrath. When such speech is repeated to thee, hearken not thereto. Look to the ground, speak not regarding it, that he that is before thee may know wisdom. If thou be commanded to do a theft, bring it to pass that the command be taken off thee, for it is a thing hateful according to law. That which destroyeth a vision is the veil over it. 24. If thou wouldst be a wise man, and one sitting in counsel with his overlord, apply thine heart unto perfection. Silence is more profitable unto thee than abundance of speech. Consider how thou may be opposed by an expert that speaketh in counsel. It is a foolish thing to speak on every kind of work, for he that disputeth thy words shall put them unto proof. 25. If thou be powerful, make thyself to be honoured for knowledge and for gentleness. Speak with authority, that is, not as if following injunctions, for he that is humble, when highly placed, falleth into errors. Exalt not thine heart, that it be not brought low. Be not silent, but beware of interruption and of answering words with heat. Put it far from thee, control thyself. The wrathful heart speaketh fiery words. It darteth out at the man of peace that approacheth, stopping his path. One that reckoneth accounts all the day passeth not an happy moment. One that gladdeneth his heart all the day provideth not for his house. The bowman hitteth the mark, as the steersman reacheth land by diversity of aim. He that obeyeth his heart shall command. 26. Let not a prince be hindered when he is occupied, neither oppress the heart of him that is already laden, for he shall be hostile towards one that delayeth him, but shall bear his soul unto one that loveth him. The disposal of souls is with the God, and that which he loveth is his creation. Set out therefore after a violent quarrel, be at peace with him that is hostile unto thee, his opponent. It is such souls that make love to grow. 27. Instruct a noble in such things as be profitable unto him. Cause that he be received among men. Let his satisfaction fall on his master, for thy provision dependeth upon his will. By reason of it thy belly shall be satisfied, thy back will be clothed thereby. Let him receive thine heart, that thine house may flourish, and thine honour, if thou wish it to flourish, thereby. He shall extend thee a kindly hand. Further, he shall implant the love of thee in the bodies of thy friends. Forsooth, it is a soul loving to hearken. 28. If thou be the son of a man of the priesthood, and an envoy to conciliate the multitude, speak thou without favouring one side. Let it not be said, his conduct is that of the nobles, favouring one side in his speech. Turn thine aim towards exact judgments. 29. If thou have been gracious at a former time, having forgiven a man to guide him aright, shun him, remind him not, after the first day that he hath been silent to thee concerning it. 30. If thou be great, after being of none account, and hast gotten riches after squalor, being foremost in these in the city, and hast knowledge concerning useful matters, so that promotion is come unto thee, then swathe not thine heart in thine hoard, for thou art become the steward of the endowments of the god. Thou art not the last, another shall be thine equal, and to him shall come the like fortune and station. 31. Bend thy back unto thy chief, thine overseer in the king's palace, for thine house dependeth upon his wealth, and thy wages in their season. How foolish is one that quarrelleth with his chief, for one liveth only while he is gracious. Plunder not the houses of tenants, neither steal the things of a friend, lest he accuse thee in thine hearing, which thrusteth back the heart. If he know of it, he will do thee an injury. Quarrelling in place of friendship is a foolish thing. 32. Concerning continence. 33. If thou wouldst seek out the nature of a friend, ask it not of any companion of his, but pass a time with him alone, that thou injure not his affairs. Debate with him after a season, test his heart in an occasion of speech. When he hath told thee his past life, he hath made an opportunity that thou may either be ashamed for him, or be familiar with him. Be not reserved with him when he openeth speech, neither answer him after a scornful manner. Withdraw not thyself from him, neither interrupt him whose matter is not yet ended, whom it is possible to benefit. 34. Let thy face be bright, what time thou livest. That which goeth into the storehouse must come out therefrom, and bread is to be shared. He that is grasping in entertainment shall himself have an empty belly. He that causeth strife cometh himself to sorrow. Take not such an one for thy companion. It is a man's kindly acts that are remembered of him in the years after his life. 35. Know well thy merchants, for when thine affairs are in evil case, thy good repute among thy friends is a channel which is filled. It is more important than the dignities of a man, and the wealth of one passeth to another. The good repute of a man's son is a glory unto him, and a good character is for remembrance. 36. Correct chiefly, instruct conformably therewith. Vice must be drawn out, that virtue may remain. Nor is this a matter of misfortune, for one that is a gainsayer becometh a strife-maker. 37. If thou make a woman to be ashamed, wanton of heart, one known by her townsfolk to be falsely placed, be kind unto her for a space, send her not away, give her to eat. The wantonness of her heart shall esteem thy guidance. C. If thou obey these things that I have said unto thee, all thy demeanour shall be of the best, for verily the quality of truth is among their excellencies. Set the memory of them in the mouths of the people, for their proverbs are good. Nor shall any word that hath here been set down cease out of this land for ever, but shall be made a pattern, whereby princes shall speak well. They, my words, shall instruct a man, how he shall speak after he hath heard them. Yea, he shall become as one skilful in obeying, excellent in speaking, after he hath heard them. Good fortune shall befall him, for he shall be of the highest rank. He shall be gracious to the end of his life. He shall be contented always. His knowledge shall be his guide into a place of security, wherein he shall prosper while on earth. The scholar shall be content in his knowledge. As to the prince, in his turn, forsooth, his heart shall be happy, his tongue made straight. And in these proverbs his lips shall speak, his eyes shall see, and his ears shall hear, that which is profitable for his son, so that he deal justly, void of deceit. 38. A splendid thing is the obedience of an obedient son. He cometh in and listeneth obediently. Excellent in hearing, excellent in speaking, is every man that obeyeth what is noble, and the obedience of an obeyer is a noble thing. Obedience is better than all things that are, it maketh good will. How good is it that a son should take that from his father by which he hath reached old age, obedience. That which is desired by the God is obedience, disobedience is abhorred of the God. Verily, it is the heart that maketh its master to obey or to disobey, for the safe and sound life of a man are his heart. It is the obedient man that obeyeth what is said. He that loveth to obey, the same shall carry out commands. He that obeyeth becometh one obeyed. It is good indeed when a son obeyeth his father, and he, his father, that hath spoken, hath great joy of it. Such a son shall be mild as a master, and he that heareth him shall obey him that hath spoken. He shall be comely in body, and honoured by his father. His memory shall be in the mouths of the living, those upon earth, as long as they exist. 39. Let a son receive the word of his father, not being heedless of any rule of his. Instruct thy son thus, for the obedient man is one that is perfect in the opinion of princes. If he direct his mouth by what hath been enjoined him, watchful and obedient, thy son shall be wise, and his goings seemly. Heedlessness leadeth unto disobedience on the morrow, but understanding shall stabilize him. As for the fool, he shall be crushed. 40. As for the fool, devoid of obedience, he doeth nothing. Knowledge he regardeth as ignorance, profitable things as hurtful things. He doth all kinds of errors, so that he is rebuked therefore every day. He liveth in death therewith, it is his food. At chattering speech he marvelleth. As at the wisdom of princes, living in death every day, he is shunned because of his misfortunes, by reason of the multitude of afflictions that cometh upon him every day. 41. A son that hearkeneth is a follower of Horus. He is good after he hearkeneth. He groweth old, he reacheth honour and reverence. He repeateth in like manner to his sons and daughters, so renewing the instruction of his father. Each man instructeth, as did his begetter, repeating it unto his children. Let them in turn speak with their sons and daughters, that they may be famous in their deeds. Let that which thou speakest implant true things and just in the life of thy children. Then the highest authority shall arrive, and sins depart from them. And such men as see these things shall say, Surely that man hath spoken to good purpose, and they shall do likewise. Or, But surely that man was experienced. And all people shall declare, It is they that shall direct the multitude, dignities are not complete without them. Take not any word away, neither add one, set not one in the place of another. Beware of opening, footnote, a word of unknown meaning, apparently some kind of plant. Such a word seems out of place here, and may be idiomatic, like our flowery language, but the preceding line obviously refers to this book, end footnote, in thyself. Be wary of speech when a learned man hearkeneth unto thee. Desire to be established for good in the mouth of those that hear thee speaking. If thou have entered as an expert, speak with exact lips, that thy conduct may be seemly. 42. Be thine heart overflowing, but refrain thy mouth. Let thy conduct be exact while amongst nobles, and seemly before thy Lord, doing that which he hath commanded. Such a son shall speak unto them that hearken to him. Moreover, his begetter shall be favoured. Apply thine heart, what time thou speakest, to saying things such that the nobles who listen declare how excellent is that which cometh out of his mouth. 43. Carry out the behest of thy Lord to thee. How good is the teaching of a man's father, for he hath come from him who hath spoken of his son while he was yet unborn, and that which is done for him, the son, is more than that which is commanded him. Forsooth, a good son is of the gift of the God. He doeth more than is enjoined on him, he doeth right, and putteth his heart into all his goings. D. If now thou attain my position, thy body shall flourish, the king shall be content in all that thou doest, and thou shalt gather years of life not fewer than I have passed upon earth. I have gathered even 50 years of life, for the king hath bestowed upon me favours more than upon my forefathers, this because I wrought truth and justice for the king unto mine old age. It is finished, from its beginning to its end, even as found in writing. End of the Instruction of Ptah-hotep by Ptah-hotep, translated by Batterscombe G. Gunn.
John F. Kennedy, Inaugural Address by John F. Kennedy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. John F. Kennedy, Inaugural Address, Friday, January 20th, 1961. Transcriber's note. Heavy snow fell the night before the inauguration, but thoughts about canceling the plans were overruled. The election of 1960 had been close, and the Democratic senator from Massachusetts was eager to gather support for his agenda. He attended Holy Trinity Catholic Church in Georgetown that morning before joining President Eisenhower to travel to the Capitol. The Congress had extended the East Front, and the inaugural platform spanned the new edition. The oath of office was administered by Chief Justice Earl Warren. Robert Frost read one of his poems at the ceremony. Vice President Johnson, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chief Justice, President Eisenhower, Vice President Nixon, President Truman, Reverend clergy, fellow citizens, we observe today not a victory of party, but a celebration of freedom, symbolizing an end as well as a beginning, signifying renewal as well as change. For I have sworn before you and Almighty God the same solemn oath our forebears prescribed nearly a century and 3/4 ago. The world is very different now, for man holds in his mortal hands the power to abolish all forms of human poverty and all forms of human life. And yet the same revolutionary beliefs for which our forebears fought are still at issue around the globe. The belief that the rights of man come not from the generosity of the state, but from the hand of God. We dare not forget today that we are the heirs of that first revolution. Let the word go forth from this time and place to friend and foe alike that the torch has been passed to a new generation of Americans, born in this century, tempered by war, disciplined by a hard and bitter peace, proud of our ancient heritage, and unwilling to witness or permit the slow undoing of those human rights to which this nation has always been committed, and to which we are committed today at home and around the world. Let every nation know, whether it wishes us well or ill, that we shall pay any price, bear any burden, meet any hardship, support any friend, oppose any foe, in order to assure the survival and the success of liberty. This much we pledge, and more. To those old allies whose cultural and spiritual origins we share, we pledge the loyalty of faithful friends. United, there is little we cannot do in a host of cooperative ventures. Divided, there is little we can do, for we dare not meet a powerful challenge at odds and split asunder. To those new states whom we welcome to the ranks of the free, we pledge our word that one form of colonial control shall not have passed away merely to be replaced by a far more iron tyranny. We shall not always expect to find them supporting our view, but we shall always hope to find them strongly supporting their own freedom, and to remember that, in the past, those who foolishly sought power by riding the back of the tiger ended up inside. To those peoples in the huts and villages across the globe struggling to break the bonds of mass misery, we pledge our best efforts to help them help themselves, for whatever period is required, not because the communists may be doing it, not because we seek their votes, but because it is right. If a free society cannot help the many who are poor, it cannot save the few who are rich. To our sister republics south of our border, we offer a special pledge to convert our good words into good deeds in a new alliance for progress, to assist free men and free governments in casting off the chains of poverty. But this peaceful revolution of hope cannot become the prey of hostile powers. Let all our neighbors know that we shall join with them to oppose aggression or subversion anywhere in the Americas. And let every other power know that this hemisphere intends to remain the master of its own house. to that world assembly of sovereign states, the United Nations, our last best hope in an age where the instruments of war have far outpaced the instruments of peace, we renew our pledge of support to prevent it from becoming merely a forum for invective, to strengthen its shield of the new and the weak, and to enlarge the area in which its writ may run. Finally, to those nations who would make themselves our adversary, we offer not a pledge but a request, that both sides begin anew the quest for peace, before the dark powers of destruction, unleashed by science, engulf all humanity in planned or accidental self-destruction. We dare not tempt them with weakness, for only when our arms are sufficient beyond doubt can we be certain beyond doubt that they will never be employed. But neither can two great and powerful groups of nations take comfort from our present course. Both sides overburdened by the cost of modern weapons, both rightly alarmed by the steady spread of the deadly atom, yet both racing to alter that uncertain balance of terror that stays the hand of mankind's final war. So let us begin anew, remembering on both sides that civility is not a sign of weakness, and sincerity is always subject to proof. Let us never negotiate out of fear, but let us never fear to negotiate. Let both sides explore what problems unite us, instead of belaboring those problems which divide us. Let both sides for the first time formulate serious and precise proposals for the inspection and control of arms, and bring the absolute power to destroy other nations under the absolute control of all nations. Let both sides seek to invoke the wonders of science instead of its terrors. Together let us explore the stars, conquer the deserts, eradicate disease, tap the ocean depths, and encourage the arts and commerce. Let both sides unite to heed in all corners of the earth the command of Isaiah, to undo the heavy burdens and to let the oppressed go free. And if a beachhead of cooperation may push back the jungle of suspicion, let both sides join in creating a new endeavor, not a new balance of power, but a new world of law, where the strong are just, and the weak secure, and the peace preserved. All this will not be finished in the first 100 days, nor will it be finished in the first 1,000 days, nor in the life of this administration, nor even perhaps in our lifetime on this planet, but let us begin. In your hands, my fellow citizens, more than in mine, will rest the final success or failure of our course. Since this country was founded, each generation of Americans has been summoned to give testimony to its national loyalty. The graves of young Americans who answered the call to service surround the globe. Now the trumpet summons us again, not as a call to bear arms, though arms we need, not as a call to battle, though in battle we are, but a call to bear the burden of a long twilight struggle, year in and year out, rejoicing in hope, patient in tribulation, a struggle against the common enemies of man, tyranny, poverty, disease, and war itself. Can we forge against these enemies a grand and global alliance, north and south, east and west, that can assure a more fruitful life for all mankind? Will you join in that historic effort? In the long history of the world, only a few generations have been granted the role of defending freedom in its hour of maximum danger. I do not shrink from this responsibility. I welcome it. I do not believe that any of us would exchange places with any other people or any other generation. The energy, the faith, the devotion which we bring to this endeavor will light our country and all who serve it, and the glow from that fire can truly light the world. And so, my fellow Americans, ask not what your country can do for you, ask what you can do for your country. My fellow citizens of the world, ask not what America will do for you, but what together we can do for the freedom of man. Finally, whether you are citizens of America or citizens of the world, ask of us the same high standards of strength and sacrifice which we ask of you. With a good conscience, our only sure reward, with history the final judge of our deeds, let us go forth to lead the land we love, asking His blessing and His help, but knowing that here on earth God's work must truly be our own. End of John F. Kennedy, Inaugural Address by John F. Kennedy.
Latin School Prize Declamation by Edward Everett. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Remarks at the distribution of the prizes for declamation in the Boston Public Latin Grammar School, 21st May, 1859. I have been requested, young gentlemen, to act as the organ of the committee on this occasion in announcing to you the result of your competition and declaring the prizes. Before doing so, I must repeat what I suppose is generally said by those who perform this duty, and what is as true on this as on any former occasion, that the committee have, in some instances, found it difficult to discriminate between degrees of merit nearly or quite equal. In these cases, unwilling to trust wholly to the single specimen of declamation afforded today, the committee have taken counsel with your instructors, who have had so much ampler means to compare the relative merit of the different candidates, and, to their judgment, in all doubtful cases, great deference has been paid by the committee. If the result to which the committee have come should, in some cases, disappoint the candidates, their fellow students and friends, and some such disappointment is, I believe, very common on these occasions, it ought to be borne in mind that, with reference to speaking, there is no certain standard of excellence. The style of declamation which pleases the taste of one will fail to please another. The young and the old especially are apt to differ in this respect. Vehemence and passion generally please the former. Calm earnestness and unstudied ease are more likely to gain the approbation of the latter. In addition to all this, there are few things in which there is a greater diversity of taste among those likely to agree upon most matters than the proper style of declamation. I make these remarks, young gentlemen, to prepare you and your friends for any disappointment which the award of the committee may cause you. Let me make another to prevent the unsuccessful from being discouraged. It by no means follows that, because you have failed in getting a prize for declamation, you want the ability to become good speakers in after life. There is no doubt a great diversity in natural gifts in this respect, though less perhaps than is generally imagined. But it is not a matter of course that these superior natural gifts will be developed at school. Your experienced instructors will tell you, most persons advanced in life who have given their attention to the subject will tell you that those who declaim best at school and college are by no means sure to speak best in the pulpit, at the bar, or in the Senate chamber. It not seldom happens that those who fail to get the medal at school live to win the highest prizes in the competitions of after life. And this leads me to say a word on the propriety of encouraging these competitions at school, of which we stand before you as the approvers and as the judges, and of which I am, on behalf of the committee, soon to pronounce the result. I am aware that they are condemned by some most estimable and conscientious men who have earnestly declared the opinion that the principle of emulation, being in its nature selfish and mean, ought not to be appealed to at school, nor admitted as a motive to exertion. If I entertained this opinion, I could not, with propriety, be here. If this opinion were sound, 9/10 of the educational machinery under which the minds of men, both now and in all past time, and in all civilized countries, have been formed and fitted for life, should be condemned as pernicious. But I entertain no such opinion. I believe the principle of emulation, the desire to excel and to reap the honors and rewards, the approvals and the praises of parents and friends, and the more tangible tokens of success bestowed on occasions like these, to be deep-seated in the nature of the boy and the man. It should be accompanied by other generous qualities, an unenvying recognition of superior merit, modesty in the enjoyment of our own victory, a delicate regard for the feelings of the unsuccessful. And these are the sentiments which the educator should cultivate in those committed to his charge. And I will believe that this sentiment of emulation can be eradicated when you can persuade the generous horse not to quicken his pace when he hears another horse behind him, or the mockingbird or nightingale not to strain her little throat in new efforts when she hears her rival or her companion in the neighboring thicket. The school should be made, as much as possible, the preparation for life, as well as the preparation for the counting room and the college. Arithmetic and geography, Latin and Greek are not the only things needed to fit us for the world. It is just as important, nay, I think more important, that we should learn to submit with good humor and patience to the disappointments that await us, to engage in the struggle of life with generosity, to submit to defeat with equanimity, and to wear the laurels of victory with modesty. Mr. Everett then proceeded to declare the award of the prizes. End of Latin School Prize Declamation. Read by Mark Harrington.
The Northern Lights by Anonymous, from the Art Journal, Volume 42, 1880. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by KatDC. The Northern Lights. Among the rarest and most beautiful of the phenomena of nature, none possess a greater fascination for the observer than do the displays of the aurora borealis, or northern lights. In England, this beautiful meteoric appearance is not only rare, but exceedingly capricious as to the times of its occurrence. Remarkable instances of the phenomenon are recorded by Seneca in Italy in the time of Tiberius Caesar, in Syria on the occasion of the expedition of Antiochus Griffiths into Egypt 115 years before the Christian era, in the second book of Maccabees, during the siege of Jerusalem by Titus, in the sixth book of the Wars of the Jews by Josephus, and in the works of other ancient authors. The earliest record of an aurora seen in the United Kingdom was in A.D. 688. It took place in Ireland after a battle between Leicester and Munster, in which Foilcher O'Moyloyer was slain, and it is mentioned in the annals of Clun Mac Noise. But so seldom had the appearance been noted a century and a half ago that Dr. Halley had begun to despair of seeing one until the fine display in 1716. From 1666 to 1716, no appearance of the aurora is recorded in the transactions of the French Academy of Science. But in 1707 and in 1708, the aurora was seen 5 times, on at least one of which occasions it was observed both in Ireland and at Copenhagen. But Mr. Meran states that between A.D. 583 and A.D. 1751, 1,441 aurora were observed, of which 972 occurred in the winter and 469 in the summer, half of the year. It is in the polar regions, Antarctic as well as Arctic, that the aurora is both most frequent in its occurrence and most remarkable for its varied splendor. Sir John Franklin, M. Lawton of the French Navy, Lieutenant Weyprecht, and Mr. Longfellow vie with each other in the graphic power of their descriptions, while each of these writers is evidently aware of the inefficacy of language to do justice to the sublimity of the spectacle. "And now," says the American poet, "the northern lights begin to burn, faintly at first, like sunbeams playing on the waters of the blue sea. Then a soft crimson glow tinges the heavens. There is a blush on the cheek of night. The colors come and go, and change from crimson to gold, from gold to crimson. The snow is stained with rosy light. Twofold from the zenith, east and west, flames a fiery sword, and a broad band passes athwart the heavens like a summer sunset. Soft purple clouds come sailing over the sky, and through their vapory folds the winking stars shine white as silver. With such pomp as this is Merry Christmas ushered in." "For the sake of perspicuity," says Sir John Franklin, "I shall describe the several parts of the aurora which I term beams, flashes, and arches. The beams are little conical pencils of light, ranged in parallel lines, with their pointed extremities towards the earth, generally in the direction of the dipping needle. The flashes seem to be scattered beams approaching nearer to the earth, because they are similarly shaped and infinitely larger. When the aurora just becomes visible, it is formed like a rainbow, the light of which is faint, and the motion of the beams is indistinguishable. It is then on the horizon. As it approaches the zenith, it resolves itself into beams which, by a quick undulating motion, project themselves into wreaths, afterwards fading away, and again brightening, without any visible expansion or contraction of matter. Numerous flashes attend in different parts of the sky. The bow," says M. Lawton, "presenting the appearance of an alternate motion in a direction nearly horizontal, had the appearance of the undulations or folds of a flag, agitated by the wind. Sometimes one, sometimes both of its extremities would desert the horizon, and then its folds would become more numerous and marked. The bow would change its character and assume the form of a long sheet of rays, returning into itself, and consisting of several parts forming graceful curves. Of this most magnificent of the displays of color that have been witnessed by the human eye but little is known, either as to their occurrence as phenomena, or as to the efficient causes. Lovers of nature and students of art will thus alike feel indebted to Mr. Capron for the pains that he has taken to throw into a convenient and attractive form a summary of all that has, up to the present time, been published on the subject. Nor is it as a compiler alone that Mr. Capron writes. He has devoted much time to the observation of the phenomenon, and has been fortunate enough, from his own observatory at Guilddown, near Guildford, to observe 4 aurora, namely in October 1870, February 1872, February 1874, and September 1874. Of these he publishes facsimile sketches, not much to speak of from the artistic point of view, but of considerable value as diagrams for reference. In fact, no pigments would suffice to present a picture of an aurora. So infinitely short must the most gorgeous coloring at the command of the artist fall of this natural fire painting, that black and white is the best medium for attempting to produce the effect required on the mind. Thus, a woodcut of an aurora seen by Dr. Hayes, 6th January 1861, in a polar voyage from Boston, in which curtains of white fire hung vertically over peaks and splinters of illuminated ice, and another cut representing the aurora seen during the ice presence in an Austrian Arctic voyage, which resembles the outburst of a mighty conflagration, are more pictorial than the colored sketches. We must, however, call attention to one of the latter, if not exactly for its beauty, yet for its unique interest. It is a reproduction of an oil painting by Herr Karl Bock, the Norwegian naturalist, of an aurora seen at Porsangerfjord in Lapland in October 1877 made by the light of the aurora itself. Of the purely scientific part of the book, it is not so much our province to speak as of its artistic character. But, while airing no hobby of his own, Mr. Capron has faithfully given the various, if somewhat uncertain, utterances of men of science on the subject. Particularly he has given attention to the examination of the auroral light by the spectroscope, which shows, among many other peculiarities, a particular band of yellowish-green, not otherwise present in the spectrum. Drawings of the different scientific instruments employed, and a series of very admirably executed diagrams of spectra are also given. Indeed, the sympathy of the author, it is evident, is rather with the scientific than with the artistic side of the wonderful phenomenon. For ourselves, the phenomenon, and thus the book which describes it, has most charm on account of the unique character of this magnificent display of nature, as the aurora appears to be exhibiting her power as a painter, not in the grace or wildness of pictorial landscape, but in the contrast and play of living colors. No example can be given elsewhere of such wonderful power of coloring, combined with a total absence of defined form. At no two moments can any flame, bow, or flash be said to be the same. A constant quiver, a frequent extinction, a sudden and unexpected glory, a magical play of colors, sometimes of a tender pale tint, sometimes fierce as the glow of Vesuvius in eruption, rich with ruby, emerald, and topaz hues, as an effect which only one human artist can attempt to imitate, and he only at a considerable distance. It is an artist who is more countenanced in Italy than in England, and the magic of whose skill is, we fear, too often underrated, the man who plies the humble but wonderful art of the manufacture of fireworks. End of The Northern Lights by Anonymous.
The highest of all railroads, The Engineering Problems of the Oroya Railroad of Peru, by Ernest Christian Rost. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. To leave the hot tropics 8 degrees south of the equator at 8 o'clock in the morning and arrive up among perpetual snow and glaciers at 4 o'clock in the afternoon of the same day is a feat that can be accomplished only on the Oroya Railroad in Peru, known as the Ferrocarril Central del Peru, without doubt the most wonderful railroad ever constructed. It was built by Americans, Messrs. Meigs and Thorndike. The total length of the line from Callao to Oroya is 138 miles, and the cost was $43 million. In the morning you wear the thinnest of linen. In the early afternoon you shiver in the heaviest of overcoats. Passenger trains leave but twice a week each way. We steamed slowly out of the Lima depot at 8 o'clock in the morning. Our train consisted of 4 cars, built and patterned after the cars in use on our great trunk lines, and was drawn by an American locomotive. At Chosica, 33 miles from Lima and 2,000 feet altitude, we come to the first V, a switch system introduced on this line. The locomotive draws the cars over one section and then runs onto a V-switch and pushes the cars over the next section. The entire road to the summit being a 4% grade, the great elevation is gained in this manner without travelling round and round the mountains to make the ascent. This zigzag switchback system is used over the entire line. We pass a few unimportant stations and arrive at San Bartolomé, 47 miles away, and to 4,959 feet altitude. Here are several side tracks permitting trains to pass each other. 4 miles from here we cross the famous Verrugas Bridge, in itself one of the greatest railroad bridges, and built in Philadelphia. Skirting a precipice where we see the Rio Rimac, thousands of feet below us, we stop at Matucana. The walls of the Andes tower up far above the clouds, and beneath them there cuts a ravine or a bottomless abyss. How man ever surveyed such a road seems beyond solution. In some places on these all but perpendicular walls, there is no foothold for even an animal. Here the surveyors were slung over the cliffs and held suspended by a rope from above, with a rocky floor thousands of feet below them. It has been said that Vesuvius, if it were dropped into some of the crevices here, would be practically lost to view. The engineering problems accomplished are amazing. In one section, the roadbed was once the bottom of the raging torrents of the Ramak, before a tunnel was constructed permitting those volumes of water to pass below. After passing San Mateo, a modern American-built steel bridge spans the torrents of the River Ramak. The bridge spans suspended from the opposite mouths of two tunnels. A little further on is a narrow pass, with such huge walls towering above us on either side, that the sky is shut out, giving an effect similar to that within a tunnel, when the entrance becomes smaller and finally cannot be seen. Toward the summit we look up toward white snow and green glaciers. Then, although we are near the equator, all is hidden by a sudden snow squall, which in a few moments passes over us. A sudden turn in the road reveals the entrance to the Glera Tunnel. Halfway through this 1.5 mile tunnel, we pass the place where the acme of railroading has been reached. 15,665 feet in a perpendicular line above the level of the sea, or 1,445 feet higher than the summit of Pikes Peak in Colorado, on a level with the summit of Mont Blanc in Switzerland. The real interest centres, however, in the return trip, if one is so fortunate as to fall into the good graces of the superintendent, and he is a most hospitable person who, in my case, not only sent the American roadmaster with me, but also furnished me with a hand car, which from the Glera Tunnel runs by its own momentum to the Pacific shores. This gave us the opportunity of stopping whenever we chose to make photographs. We left the Atlantic side of the tunnel in a blinding snowstorm, our car being pushed by an Indian to the centre of the tunnel where the descent begins. From here we rushed through darkness and soon found ourselves at the Pacific entrance of the tunnel, and the weather conditions entirely changed. Here was a bright sun, crisp air, and an azure sky above. We were soon overtaken, however, by several snow squalls, and for that reason I later on made a second trip. Then it was that I enjoyed the most remarkable experience I ever had, our car making in some places easily 60 miles an hour. One can coast from the tunnel 106 miles to sea level, dashing at lightning speed through dark tunnels, over a bridge, and then around curves so sharp that only a few feet ahead are seen at one time, and then skirting the precipice at the foot of which dash mad torrents, the scenery dashing by as if enveloped in a fog. A stone may have lodged on the roadbed, a goat or llama may be strolling there, and should your little cart strike such an obstruction, it must be derailed, and perchance rolled down some abyss. From Oroya, the eastern terminal of the road, one continues his travels on muleback, the only method of transportation. Some 80 miles from here, and some 4,000 feet higher up in the world, are the famous Cerro de Pasco mines, the highest mining establishment on the globe, and where are the very headwaters of the mighty Amazon. Concessions have been granted to continue the railroad from Oroya to the Pasco regions, and surveys have been made. The object in building the Oroya Road was to carry the traffic from the eastern slopes of the Andes to the sea coasts, as well as immense quantities of various ores from different points along the line. The road is of regulation broad gauge, and from the sea coast to the summit, an even 4% grade. The fuel used is petroleum. Certainly, the Oroya Road is a moving panorama of the combined wonders of nature and remarkable engineering. End of The Highest of All Railroads by Ernest Christian Rost. Read by Alister.
The Persecutions of Beauty by Richard Legalian. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Public Domain Scholar. The Persecutions of Beauty by Richard Legalian. All religions have periods in their history which are looked back to with retrospective fear and trembling as eras of persecution, and each religion has its own book of martyrs. The religion of beauty is no exception. Far from it. For most other religions, however they have differed among themselves, have agreed in fearing beauty, and even in Greece there were stern sanctuaries and ascetic academes where the white blossom of Phryne would have pleaded in vain. Christianity has not been beauty's only enemy by any means, though when the book of martyrs of beauty comes to be written, it will doubtless be the Christian persecutions of beauty that will bulk the largest in the record, for the beauty of holiness and the holiness of beauty have been warring creeds from the beginning. At the present moment, there is reason to fear, or to rejoice, according to one's individual leanings, that the religion of beauty is gaining upon its ancient rival. For perhaps never since the Renaissance has there been such a widespread impulse to assert beauty and joy as the ideals of human life. As evidence, one has but to turn one's eyes on the youth of both sexes as they rainbow the city thoroughfares with their laughing, heartless faces, evident children of beauty and joy, pagan to the core of them, however ostensibly Christian their homes and their country. In our time, at all events, beauty has never walked the streets with so frank a radiance, so confident an air of security, and in her eyes and in her carriage, as in her subtly shaped and subtly scented garments, so conspicuous a challenge to the musty, overworn proprieties to frown upon her all they please. From the humblest shop girl to the greatest lady, there is apparent an intention to be beautiful, sweet maid, and let who will be humdrum at whatever cost, by whatever means. This, of course, at all periods has been woman's chief thought, but till recently in our times, she was more or less affected a certain secrecy in her intention. She has hinted rather than fully expressed it, as though fearing a certain flagrancy in too public an exhibition of her enchantments. It has hardly seemed proper to her, heretofore, to be as beautiful in the public gaze as in the sanctuary of her boudoir, but now, bless you, she has no such misgivings, and the flower-like effect upon the city streets is as dazzling as if, some fine morning in Constantinople, all the ladies of the various harems should suddenly appear abroad without their yashmaks, setting fire to the hearts and turning the heads of the unaccustomed male. Or to make comparison nearer to home, it is almost as startling as if the ladies of the various musical comedies in town should suddenly be let loose upon our senses in broad daylight in all the adorable sorceries of make-up and diaphanous draperies. I swear that it can be no more thrilling to penetrate into that mysterious paradise behind the scenes than to walk up Fifth Avenue one of these summer afternoons in the present year of grace, humming to oneself the wistful old song which goes something like this. The girls that never can be mine, in every lane and street, I hear the rustle of their gowns, the whisper of their feet, the sweetness of their passing by, their glance as strong as wine, provoke the unpossessive sigh. Ah, girls that never can be mine. So audacious has beauty become in these later days, so proudly she walks abroad, making so superb an appeal of the desire of the eye, thighed like Artemis, and bosom like Aphrodite, or at whiles a fairy creature of ivory and gossamer and fragrance, with a look in her eyes of secret gardens, and so much is the wide world at her feet, and one with her vanity and the vanity of her fairness, that I sometimes fear an impending dies irae, when the dormant spirit of Puritanism will reassert itself, and some stern priest thunder from the pulpit of worldly vanities and the wrath to come. Indeed, I can well imagine in the near future some modern Savonarola presiding over a new bonfire of vanities in Madison Square, on which, to the droning of Moody and Sankey's hymns, shall be cast all the fascinating Parisian creatures, the puffs and rats, the powder and the rouge, the darling stockings, and all such concomitant bewitcheries that today make Manhattan a veritable Isle of Circe, all to go up in savage sectarian flame before the eyes of melancholy young men, and filling all the city with the perfume of beauty's holocaust. At street corners too will stand great books, in which weeping maidens will sign their names, swearing before high heaven to wear nothing but gingham and bed-ticking for the dreary remainder of their lives. Such a day may well come, as it has often come before, and certainly will, if women persist in being so deliberately beautiful as they are at present. It is curious how, from time immemorial, man seems to have associated the idea of evil with beauty, shrunk from it with a sort of ghastly fear, while at the same time drawn to it by force of its hypnotic attraction. Strangely enough, beauty has been regarded as the most dangerous enemy of the soul, and the powers of darkness that are supposed to lie in wait for that frail and fluttering psyche, so precious and apparently so perishable, are usually represented as taking shapes of beguiling loveliness, lamias, loreleis, wood nymphs, and witches, with blue flowers for their eyes, lurking in its most innocent forms. The grim ascetic has affected to find a leaven of concupiscence, and whenever any reformation is afoot, it is always beauty that is made the first victim, whether it takes the form of a statue, a stained glass window, or a hair ribbon. Homeliness is next to godliness, though not officially stated as an article of the Christian creed, has been one of the most active of all Christian tenets. It has always been easier for a rich man to enter the kingdom of heaven than a glorious, beautiful woman. Presumably, such a one might be in danger of corrupting the saints, somewhat unaccustomed to such apparitions. In this Christian fear and hatred of beauty, the democratic origin of the Christian religion is suggestively illustrated, for beauty, whenever found, is always mysteriously aristocratic, and thus instinctively excites the fear and jealousy of the common people. When in the 3rd century, Christian mobs set about their vandalistic work of destroying the pagan temples, tearing down the beautiful calm gods and goddesses from their pedestals, and breaking their exquisite marble limbs with brutish mallets, it was not, we may be sure, of the danger to their precious souls they were thinking, but of their patrician masters, who had worshipped these fair images and paid great sums to famous sculptors for such adornment of their sanctuaries. Perhaps it was human enough, for to those mobs beauty had long been associated with oppression. Yet how painful to picture those golden marbles, in all their immortal fairness, confronted with the hideousness of those fanatic, ill-smelling multitudes, wonderful religionists, forsooth, that thus break with foolish hands and trample with swinish hoofs the sacred vessels of divine dreams. Who would not rather be a pagan, suckled in a creed outworn? So might I, standing on this pleasant lea, have glimpses that would make me less forlorn, have sight of Proteus rising from the sea, or hear old Triton blow his weathered horn. One can imagine the priest of such a violated sanctuary stealing back in the quiet moonlight when all the mob fury had passed away, seeking amid all the rack of fallen columns and shattered carvings for any poor fragments of god or goddess to whose tranquil fair-ordered altar he had ministered so long, and gathering such as he might find, may be a mighty hand, still the hand of a god, albeit an overthrow, or some marble curls of the sculptured ambrosial locks, or maybe the bruised breast of the goddess, white as the water lily in the moon. Then, seeking out some secret corner of the sacred grove, how reverently he would bury the precious fragments away from profane eyes, and go forth homeless into a mysterious, changing world, from which glory and loveliness were thus surely passing away. Other priests, as we know, more fortunate than he, had forewarnings of such impending sacrilege, and were able to anticipate the mob, and bury their beautiful images in safe and secret places, there to await, after the lapse of 12 centuries, the glorious resurrection of the Renaissance. A resurrection, however, by no means free from danger, even in that resplendent dawn of intelligence, for Christianity was still the enemy of beauty, save in the Vatican, and the ignorant priest of the remote village, where the spade of the peasant had revealed the sleeping marble, was certain to declare the beautiful image an evil spirit, and have it broken up forthwith and ground for mortar, unless some influential scholar or powerful lord, touched with a new learning, chanced to be on hand to save it from destruction. Yes, even at that time, when beauty was being victoriously born again, the mad fear of her raged with such panic in certain minds, that when Savonarola lit its great bonfire, so subtle a servant of beauty as Botticelli, fallen into a sort of religious dotage, passed his own paintings into the flames for the lugubrious rejoicings of that sanctimonious Piagnoni, as Savonarola's followers were called. predecessors of those still gloomier zealots who, 2 centuries later, were to turn England into a sort of whitewashed prison with crop-headed, psalm-singing religious maniacs for jailers, when Charles I bowed his comely head down as upon a bed at Whitehall. Beauty also laid her head upon the block at its side, ugliness parading as piety took her place, and once more the breaking of images began, the banishment of music, the excommunication of grace and gentle manners and personal adornments. Gaiety became penal, and a happy heart or a beautiful smile was of the devil. Something like hanging matters, but happy hearts and beautiful smiles must have been rare things in England during the Puritan Commonwealth. Such as were left had taken refuge in France, where men might worship God and beauty in the same church, and where it was not necessary, as at Oxford, to bury your stained-glass windows out of the reach of the mob, those storied windows richly dight, casting a dim, religious light, which even the Puritan Milton could thus celebrate. Doubtless, that English Puritan persecution was the severest that beauty had been called upon to endure. She still suffers from it, need one say, to this day, particularly in New England, where the sculptured images of goddess and nymph are not exactly broken to pieces by the populace. It is from no good will towards them, but rather from an ingrained reverence for any form of property, even though it be nude, and where, at all events, they are under strict surveillance of a highly proper and respectable police, those distinguished guardians of American morals. It is worthwhile to try and get at the reason for this widespread, deep-rooted fear of beauty. For some reason there must surely be. Such instinctive fears on so broad a scale are not accidental. And so, soon as one begins to analyze the attitude of religion towards beauty, the reason is not far to seek. All religions are made up of a spiritual element and a moral element. The moral element being the temporary, practical, so to say, working side of religion, concerned with this present world and the limitations and necessities of the various societies that compose it. The spiritual element, the really important part of religion, has no concern with time and space, temporary mundane laws, or conduct. It concerns itself only with the internal properties of things. Its business is the contemplation and worship of the mystery of life, the mystery we made darker with a name. Now, great popular religions, designed as they are for the discipline and control of the great brute masses of humanity, are almost entirely occupied with morality and what passes in them, for spirituality is mere mythology, an element of picturesque supernaturalism calculated to enforce the morality with the multitude. Christianity is such a religion that is mostly a matter of conduct here and now upon the earth. Its mystic side does not properly belong to it, and is foreign to it, not to speak of its being practically ignored by the average Christian. It is a religion designed to work hand in hand with a given state of society, making for the preservation of such laws and manners and customs as are best fitted to make that society a success here and now, a worldly success in the best sense of the term. Mohammedanism is a similar religion calculated for the needs of a different society. Whatever the words or intentions of the founders of such religions, their kingdoms are essentially of this world. They are not mystic or spiritual or in any way concerned with infinite and eternal things. Their business is the moral policing of humanity. Morality, as of course its name implies, is a mere matter of custom and therefore varies with the variations of races and climates. It has nothing to do with spirituality, and in fact, the best morals are often the least spiritual, and vice versa. It will be understood then that any force which is apt to disturb this moral, or more exactly speaking social, order will meet at once with the opposition of organized religions, so-called, and the more spiritual it is, the greater will be the opposition, for it will thus be the more dangerous. Now one begins to see why beauty is necessarily the bugbear, more or less, of all religions, or, as I prefer to regard them, organized moralities. For beauty is neither moral nor immoral, being as she is, a purely spiritual force, with no relations to man's little schemes of being good and making money and being knighted and so forth. For those who have eyes to see, she is the supreme spiritual vision vouchsafed to us upon the earth. And as that, she is necessarily the supreme danger to the materialistic use and want by which alone a materialistic society remains possible. For this reason, our young men and maidens, particularly our young men, must be guarded against her, for her beauty sets us a dream, prevents our doing our day's work, makes us forget the soulless occupations in which we wither away our lives. The man who loves beauty will never be mayor of his city or even sit on the board of aldermen, nor is he likely to own a railroad or be a captain of industry, nor will he marry, for her money, a woman he does not love. The face of beauty makes all such achievements seem small and absurd. Such so-called successes seem to him the dreariest forms of failure. In short, beauty has made him divinely discontented with the limited human world about him, divinely incapable of taking it seriously or heeding its standards or conditions. No wonder society should look upon beauty as dangerous, for she is constantly upsetting its equilibrium and playing havoc with its smooth schemes and smug conventions. She outrages the proprieties with the innocence of nature, and disintegrates select and exclusive circles with the wand of romance. For earthly possessions or rewards she has no heed. For her they are meaningless things, mere idle dust and withered leaves. Her only real estate is in the moon, and the one article of her simple creed, love is enough. Love is enough, though the world be a waning, and the woods have no voice but the voice of complaining, though the sky be too dark for dim eyes to discover the gold cups and daisies fair blooming thereunder, though the hills be held shadows and the sea a dark wonder, and this they draw a veil over all deeds passed over. Yet their hands shall not tremble, their feet shall not falter, the void shall not weary, the fear shall not alter these lips and these eyes of the loved and the lover. Those who have looked into her eyes see limitless horizons undreamed of by those who know her not, horizons summoning the soul to radiant adventures beyond the bounds of space and time. The world is so far right in regarding beauty with a sort of superstitious dread as a presence almost uncanny among our mere mortal concerns, a demonic thing, which is what the world has meant when it has, not unnaturally, confused it with the spirits of evil. For surely it is a supernatural stranger in our midst, a fairy element, and like the Lorelei in the Lamia, it does beckon its votaries to enchanted realms away and afar from all the uses of the world. Therefore, to them also it brings the thrill of a different and nobler fear, the thrill of the mortal in presence of the immortal. A strange feeling of destiny seems to come over us as we first look into the beautiful face we were born to love. It seems veritably an apparition from another and lovelier world, to which it summons us to go with it. That is what we mean when we say that love and death are one, for death, to the thought of love, is but one of the gates to that other world, a gate to which we instinctively feel love has the key. That surely is the meaning of the old fairy stories of men who have come upon the white woman in the woodland, and followed her, never to be seen again of their fellows, or of those who, like Hylas, have met the water nymph by the lilied spring, and sunk with her down into the crystal deeps. The strange earth on which we live is just such a place of enchantment, neither more nor less, and some of us have met that fair face with a strange suddenness of joy and fear, and followed it on till it vanished beyond the limits of the world. But our failure was that we did not follow that last white beckoning of the hand, and I awoke and found me here on the cold hillside. End of The Persecutions of Beauty by Richard Le Gallienne.
Rights of Aliens in the United States from 1919 to 1942. An excerpt from Pursuit of Freedom, A History of Civil Liberty in Illinois, 1787 to 1942. Edited by Edgar Bernhard, Ira Latimer, and Harvey O'Connor. Published by the Illinois Civil Liberties Committee, 1942. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The end of the First World War brought a reaction against large-scale immigration and demands for restriction. Under the sanction of federal laws, the Department of Justice, aided by countless immigration inspectors, began a series of raids on foreigners, later called the, quote, Palmer Raids, end quote, after the Attorney General. Aliens were arrested, held incommunicado, and subjected to examinations designed to discover whether they were communists or anarchists liable to deportation. After a short period of inertia, liberal citizens over the country protested, and finally the raids were discontinued and the harrying of aliens ended. Meanwhile, however, a school for Russian immigrant workers, highly praised by Jane Addams, was raided in Chicago during 1920. Only applied mathematics, mechanical drawing, pattern work, and automobile mechanics were taught in the school, for, as Miss Addams remarked, quote, they were so cautious that they did not teach any sort of history or economics, end quote. Describing the raid, Miss Addams said, quote, the immigrants were arrested without warrants and put in crowded police stations and in other obtainable places of detention. The automobile school referred to was, quote, carried off bodily, end quote. The teachers, the 64 pupils, the books and papers, the latter were considered valuable because the algebraic formulas appeared incriminating, end quote. According to attorney Benjamin C. Bacharach, who defended 80 aliens arrested in Chicago with a view to deportation, not only aliens, but citizens as well were arrested in the Palmer drives. Aliens who denied membership in radical organizations were freed after being held as long as 6 days or more. Citizens were freed more promptly, usually within 24 or 48 hours. Although the raids professedly were carried out by authority of warrants issued by the Department of Labor, prisoners sometimes were held without warrants for several days or even weeks. Lewis F. Post, Assistant Secretary of Labor, observed that the warrants finally issued were affidavits made by Department of Justice agents charging the aliens with membership in the Communist or Communist Labor parties. This information, according to Post, was obtained through third-degree examinations of the, quote, prisoners by the agents before application for the warrants, and while the aliens for whom the warrants were got were in the unlawful and incommunicado custody of their inquisitors, end quote. Only 7 of the 80 Chicago prisoners whom Bacharach represented were found to be deportable. Bail originally was set as high as $10,000 in some cases, but in most it was reduced to $1,000. One alien, a mechanic, who lived with his family, was held in jail from January to March as a member of the Communist Party because he could not raise $5,000 bail. He was released finally for lack of proof that he was an undesirable alien. Immigration officials at Chicago, according to Post, objected to the, quote, old-time Prussianistic procedure which the Department of Justice had deftly managed to impose upon them, end quote. Neither Post nor Secretary of Labor Charles F. Wilson approved of the methods used by Attorney General Palmer's agents. Post later was impeached for his opposition. In his book, The Deportation Deliriums of 1920, he summarized his stand on the issue as follows, quote, a nation devoted to liberty of opinion and freedom of speech cannot deny either right to resident aliens without launching a tendency to deny both rights to citizens also." End quote. In 1920, the National Popular Government League at Washington, headed by such legal authorities as Felix Frankfurter, Roscoe Pound, Zachariah Chaffee Jr., Ernst Freund, and Frank P. Walsh, published a Report upon the Illegal Practices of the United States Department of Justice, which condemned the violations of the Constitution committed by the Department of Justice in making its wholesale raids. The authors were, quote, "concerned solely with bringing to the attention of the American people the utterly illegal acts which have been committed by those charged with the highest duty of enforcing the laws, acts which have caused widespread suffering and unrest, have struck at the foundations of American free institutions, and have brought the name of our country into disrepute." End quote. The eminent jurists grouped the illegal acts under 6 divisions. First, cruel and unusual punishments had been inflicted on both aliens and citizens in the raids. They had been, quote, "threatened, beaten with blackjacks, struck with fists, jailed under abominable conditions, or actually tortured." End quote. The employment of, quote, "cruel and unusual punishments," end quote, was a direct violation of the 8th Amendment. Second, quote, "hundreds of citizens and aliens alike have been arrested in wholesale raids without warrants or pretense of warrants," end quote, a violation of the 4th Amendment. Third, the same amendment was violated also in the, quote, "unreasonable searches and seizures," end quote, which followed the Department of Justice alien investigations. Fourth, the use of provocative agents such as had, quote, "been familiar in old Russia or Spain," end quote, was an un-American method of discovering violations of the law. Fifth, persons had been compelled to be witnesses against themselves, a violation of the 5th Amendment. Confessions pried from non-citizens through the use of terrorism were later used in deportation proceedings. Finally, the Attorney General had misused his office and caused, quote, "a deliberate squandering of funds entrusted to him by Congress," end quote. In summary, the authors pointed out the fruitlessness of the Attorney General's campaign. By November 14, 1919, 60,000 alien and citizen suspects had been listed. Prior to January 1, 1920, 263 persons had been deported. 18 more had been deported between January 1st and the time of the lawyer's report. 529 others had been ordered deported, and warrants for 1,547 more had been canceled by Assistant Secretary of Labor Post, quote, "to whose courageous re-establishment of American constitutional law in deportation proceedings are due the attacks that have been made upon him," end quote. A phenomena invariably associated with economic depressions is the growth of anti-alien sentiment. Reaction against large-scale immigration and demands for its restriction at the end of the First World War were coincident with a post-war depression marked by unemployment, serious struggles between capital and labor, and intensified radical activity. It was feared that an unrestricted influx of European immigrants would aggravate America's current problems. The result was the enactment of the Quota Act in May 1921. Until this time, except for the Chinese, the mentally and physically afflicted, paupers, polygamists, anarchists, and other radicals, and persons of immoral character, the United States had pursued a rather friendly policy as regards immigration. The Quota Act, an emergency measure in force between June 3, 1921 and June 30, 1924, assigned an immigration quota to each European country. Upon its expiration, Congress passed the National Origins Act of 1924, a measure for the permanent regulation of immigration. This, with the Act of February 5, 1917, today governs immigration. Commenting on the intimacy between economic crises and deportation drives against aliens, Oscar Bann, writing in the New Republic during 1935, noted that, quote, the Palmer raids followed closely the 1919 strikes, and the Doak terror followed the crash of 1929, end quote. In a single year, 1931, at the depth of the recent depression, William N. Doak, Secretary of Labor under President Herbert Hoover, brought about the deportation of 29,861 aliens, whereas in the second year of the Palmer raids, only 2,762 aliens were deported. Reporting to Congress in 1936 on the nature of the Doak raids, Daniel W. McCormick, Commissioner of Immigration, said, quote, the deportation law and the method employed in its enforcement had earned the censure of the courts, the pulpit, the press, and the public. A record number of deportations was the chief objective and the measure of efficiency. Arrests without warrants, in violation of law, were not the exception but the rule. Illegal raids on peaceful assemblages and forceful detention of those present, alien and citizen alike, were of frequent occurrence. Aliens were held in jail for many months awaiting completion of their trial. Bonds were set in unjustifiable amounts. End quote. In recent years, a great deal of legislation has been enacted limiting the range of freedom for aliens and curtailing their economic privileges. Illinois legislation of 1939 bars aliens who have not declared their intention to become citizens from the following pursuits: law, medicine, dentistry, pharmacy, optometry, architecture, veterinary medicine, and chiropody, and from working as registered nurses, insurance agents, brokers, solicitors and company service representatives, real estate agents, horseshoers, beauty culturists, or barbers. Federal legislation deprives non-citizens of many Social Security benefits intended to relieve economic distress. The alien is ineligible for old age assistance, for employment on projects of the National Youth Administration, and for enrollment in camps of the Civilian Conservation Corps. Aliens are not eligible for employment under civil service classification. An act of Congress in 1940 provided that aliens shall not be employed in defense industries where they would have access to plans or secret information dealing with the armed forces of the United States. The Alien Registration Act, which became Public Law 670, June 28, 1940, applies equally to both aliens and citizens in its first part, Title I. This section makes it a crime to counsel disobedience or to interfere with discipline in the Army or Navy, or to advocate the overthrow by force of, quote, any government of the United States, end quote. In addition, the Act provides for the exclusion of any aliens who at any time were members of, quote, the anarchistic and similar classes, end quote. It also requires fingerprinting and registration of all aliens in the United States. In Chicago, up to June 1, 1941, 254,727 aliens were registered under the Alien Registration Act. The total registration in Illinois was about 316,000. Many of these are of voting age, and some have been in this country a quarter of a century or more. Some actively, though most of them passively, have retained their original citizenship. Many are unable to read or write English. Cooperating with the federal government in the general scheme of national defense, the Work Projects Administration has undertaken the task of investigating causes of non-citizenship and of aiding aliens in becoming citizens. Thus far, the investigation has indicated that the majority of non-citizens are uninformed. Some have labored under the impression that citizenship would mean higher taxes than they now pay, that it would impose upon them a nebulous responsibility, compelling them to perform duties they dreaded or did not want to assume. The war has intensified the aliens' difficulties. Enemy aliens, those born in Germany, Italy, Japan, and other nations with which America is at war, are subjected to rigorous regulations. The mass evacuation of the Japanese population from the West Coast constituted the most vigorous action the nation has ever taken against an alien group, and probably involved unconstitutional acts against native-born Japanese who are American citizens. While argument in liberal circles dealt with whether the deportation order was justified against American citizens of Japanese descent, there was almost universal dissent in the same circles to the discrimination which tagged the heels of these citizens as they were herded uselessly into camps instead of being given an opportunity to work usefully in inland areas. Some of the authorities claimed that public opinion would not tolerate the dispersion of these citizens in inland states, but many believe, public opinion, was the snap judgment of a few officials. The Tolan Congressional Committee criticized sharply the handling of the entire deportation proceeding. Many felt it was unfair to single out the Japanese among all the, enemy aliens, Others pointed to hardships imposed on anti-Nazi refugees who were treated exactly as if they were, in fact, enemies of democracy. Nevertheless, the attitude of the Department of Justice was in most instances exemplary when compared with the hysteria of 1917 to 19. The public was urged to confine its activity to reporting suspicious cases to the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Some criticism was aroused by the passivity of the FBI and the State Department in the treatment of known fascists, both in according them visas to enter the country and also in the failure to take prompt action against German and Italian residents active in fascist propaganda. While the FBI was indefatigable in ferreting out aliens who were suspected of sympathy with Sovietism or the Spanish Republic, aliens who had been noisy in their support of the German, Italian, and Spanish fascist regimes were not considered until the declaration of war to come under the provisions of the Alien and Sedition Acts. The American people in general expressed little hostility towards, enemy aliens, long resident in this country, who comported themselves as loyal to this country and were not active in foreign propaganda. After Dunkirk, a wave of anti-German and anti-Italian feelings spread, affecting the jobs of many nationals of the Axis countries, but there was little indication that the public demanded such action. Federal laws bearing against the employment of enemy aliens in vital war industries were interpreted by over-cautious employers to cover many non-war industries, and people with German and Italian names saw their employment opportunities decline. Both the President and the Attorney General appealed to employers to lower the bars and make use of all available manpower in factories not engaged definitely in work of a secret military nature. The creation of the United Nations policy, together with the general loyalty of the alien population, may lead in the post-war period to a marked lessening in the anti-alien feeling that has plagued the country at intervals ever since Federalist days. A growing appreciation of the role the recent immigration has played in building up the country and the decline in the alien population may remove the problem from the leading role it has played for so many years. The sobering thought that we are all either aliens or the descendants of aliens can contribute to the growing feeling of tolerance. There will remain, however, the gnawing problem of our citizenry of Japanese descent. In the post-war period, they may provide the touchstone by which to measure tolerance. End of Rights of Aliens in the United States from 1919 to 1942. An excerpt from Pursuit of Freedom, A History of Civil Liberty in Illinois, 1787 to 1942. Published by the Illinois Civil Liberties Committee, 1942. Read for LibriVox by Sue Anderson.
Some effects of temperature upon growing mice and the persistence of such effects in a subsequent generation, by Dr. Francis B. Sumner. Recorded by Leon Harvey for LibriVox.org. I must preface my remarks by an apology for coming before you with some results which have already been published pretty fully within the past year. My appearance here may seem to be unwarranted in view of the limited amount of evidence which I am about to offer upon those subjects which form the focus of attention at this meeting, namely heredity and evolution. However, aside from the fact that I am acting at the instance of our President, I will say two things in my own defense. First, the results which I offer, meagre as they doubtless are, appear to be the only ones of just this sort which are in evidence at present. And secondly, I am bold enough to believe that I have developed a promising method of attacking a few of the many knotty problems which are bound up together in the time-honored question: are acquired characters inherited? It is my hope to convince you that the method which I have employed confirms the certain a priori requirements, on the one hand, and, on the other hand, is working in practice. That my results are not thus far more imposing is due, I think, to no defect in the method itself, but to the limitations which encompass a solitary investigator, deprived of some of the generally acknowledged desiderata for successful work in animal breeding, such, for example, as assistance, funds, and adequate equipment. As to the logical requirements for such a test, to begin with, what is it that we are going to test? The inheritance of acquired characters? Yes and no. First of all, that threadbare expression itself must be relegated to limbo where it belongs, for not only does it fail to indicate with any precision the subject matter of our inquiry, but historically the expression has been applied to a wide range of phenomena, real and alleged. Some of these we know to be fictitious, others, on the contrary, are acknowledged facts, while others yet are more or less debatable. It is with the debatable group, of course, that we are here concerned. But even among these, we encounter not one problem but many. Suppose, then, that we drop all vague generalized expressions and consider one or more or less restricted problem. Are specific structural effects resulting from the action of external conditions upon organisms of one generation ever repeated in the next generation under such circumstances that the immediate and parallel modification of the germ cells may be invoked as an explanation? Under specific structural effects, I do not wish to include general conditions of health, metabolism, etc. What are some of the necessary conditions for a fair test of this question? To begin with, we must effect our modifications in the first generation, and since these modifications, if repeated at all, will probably reappear in a much diminished degree, it would seem far preferable to select characters which lend themselves readily to accurate measurement. Qualitative differences, such as those of color or of physiological reactions, do not seem well adapted to such experiments, although they have commonly been the ones dealt with in studies of this sort. In the second place, we must choose such an organism and such a physical agency that the latter may act upon the former without immediately influencing the germ cells. This would seem to rule out of consideration as really crucial tests of this problem all experiments, however instructive otherwise, in which modification has been brought about through the influence of foods, unusual in amount or in character. For the effect of these upon the parent body is of course a chemical one, and the specific substances responsible for the modifications are presumably free to enter the germ cells. The experiments of Arnold Pictet upon Lepidoptera and of Houssaye upon fowls are to be recalled in this connection. Similar considerations apply with equal force to any results from experiments in which invertebrate animals or cold-blooded vertebrates have been influenced by temperature. The recent work of Kammerer upon lizards and that of various investigators upon butterflies and moths occur to us at this point. Likewise, certain features of Tower's work on Leptinotarsa. In such cases, by pretty general consent, we have to do with an immediate effect upon the germplasm, and not with transmission at all. Later I shall inquire a little into the validity of this assumption. In the meantime, I will point out that for certain classes of animals, this objection cannot be raised, at least in its original form. I refer to the so-called warm-blooded ones. I am not very well versed in that branch of physiology which deals with temperature regulation, but the published evidence which I have examined seems to show that mammals normally undergo but slight fluctuations of body temperature as a result of even very considerable changes in the temperature of the surrounding atmosphere. Assuming provisionally the truth of this proposition, we may discount in advance the objection that the germ cells of a mammal may be influenced by differences of temperature as such. If these differences affect the germ cells at all, and it is reasonable to believe that they may do so, they may act upon them indirectly. I shall revert to this point again shortly. As some of you may perhaps already know, I have succeeded for several years past in producing very decided quantitative differences in certain of the external parts of mice through the action of widely differing temperatures. This part of the discussion has been omitted in the printed report since the results in question have already been fully published. In experiments such as those which I am describing, it is obviously impossible to subject a single individual to both extremes of temperature during growth, and to compare the differing effects of these upon structure. We therefore, of necessity, resort to the comparison of averages based upon as many individuals as possible. If each of the contrasted groups is sufficiently large, and if its members have been taken at random, the presumption is that the mean potential, that is to say, congenital value of every character, is about the same for the two lots. I fully realize that the study of genetic problems by the use of mass averages has recently received a decided setback, largely through the labors of some of those who have contributed to our present program. But until someone is ingenious enough to produce a strain of parthenogenetic or self-fertilizing mice, I fear that my only practical method of procedure in these experiments is to deal with mass statistics based upon heterozygous stock. It must also be pointed out that the technique of the problem which I am discussing is inevitably different from that involved in the endeavor to find or to produce mutations or single abrupt deviations from the parent stock, which appear at once in full force if they appear at all and thereafter breed true. On the contrary, the distribution of the lengths for the tail, ear, and foot within each of the temperature groups in my experiments appears to show the normal probability curve, just as in the case of the so-called fluctuating variations, whose heritability is nowadays so much in question. In the splendid paper of Professor Johansen, to which we listened yesterday, occurs the following statement. As yet no experiment with genotypically homogeneous cultures has given any evidences for the Lamarckian view, the most extreme transmission conception ever issued. Leaving aside for the time being the question whether Results such as mine, even when every possible defect of technique has been eliminated, are to be regarded as evidence for the Lamarckian view. Let us consider for a moment whether the fact that I have not myself found it practical to use genotypically homogeneous cultures does, in reality, invalidate the evidence which I offer. Apparently Professor Johansen would hold this to be true. So far as I can see myself, the only difference between results from pure and from mixed lines in the present case would be this. Individuals belonging to a single pure line would probably respond with much greater uniformity to the effects of an environmental change than would those belonging to a composite stock, consisting of a number of lines. It is quite conceivable that among these last some would respond in a much greater measure than others. Or indeed some might not be affected at all. But here the much scorned mass statistics would reveal the mean tendencies of the two lots, and the resulting data, though confessedly capable of further analysis, will be none the less valuable. If it be objected that the differences between the two averages may be due to the presence, in one or both of the contrasted lots, of a few mutants, while the remaining individuals may not have been affected at all, I will only point out, as above, that the frequency distributions are directly opposed to such an assumption. Having produced modifications of the sort mentioned, it remained to be seen whether these effects persisted beyond the generation immediately influenced. This part of the discussion, including an account of the method employed, the results, and certain of the possibilities of interpretation, I have thought it best to admit here, in view of the fact that I have covered practically the same ground in statements already published. I will merely note that the offspring of warm room and cold room mice, although themselves reared under identical temperature conditions, presented differences of the same sort as had been brought about in their parents through the direct effect of temperature, viz., differences in the mean length of tail, foot, and ear. There remain two principal alternative explanations, which are not wholly distinguishable from one another, and neither of which admits of being stated except in rather vague terms. One of these is the assumption that the changes undergone by the parent body are in some way registered in the germ cells, so as to be repeated, in a certain measure, in the body of the offspring. This conception has taken various forms, commencing with Darwin's hypothesis of pangenesis. The same general view has recently been restated in chemical terms, and in a manner which is perhaps far less shocking to our common sense. The other alternative is that of a parallel induction, or simultaneous modification of the germplasm through the direct action of the modifying agent. This explanation, as we all know, has been freely used by Weizmann and others to account for a considerable range of phenomena, notably the persistence of temperature effects in a second generation of butterflies. The phrase has indeed become so familiar, through long repetition, that few of us stop to consider just what it implies. Parallel modification of the germplasm. How can the unformed material of the germ cells be modified in the same manner as certain groups of somatic cells, say unlike butterflies' wings, even by an all-pervading influence like temperature? This is obviously not what is intended. What we mean, correctly stated, is this: the germinal matter is so affected by the temperature that, after some hundreds or thousands of cell generations, certain of the resulting cells will show peculiarities in their pigment-producing powers of the same nature as those which arose directly in the somatic cells of the parent. And a most curious feature of this coincidence is that these modified cells are situated in precisely the same parts of the body in the one case as in the other. Thus do these very simple explanations have a way of losing their simplicity when examined critically. In the present instance, the hypothesis stated may, for all we know, be the one that most clearly represents the truth. But it should be stated frankly in all its complexity, and not palmed off upon us as a readily intelligible hypothesis, which relieves us of the necessity of adopting an inconceivable one, such as that of pangenesis. In the case of a warm-blooded animal, of course, such an explanation as the foregoing could not be offered without still further modification. It might be conceded that temperature, as such, could not affect the germ cells to any appreciable extent, but it might, on the other hand, be contended that the effects of the temperature, even upon the parent body itself, may not be direct, but may be due to the formation of specific chemical substances which, through the medium of the blood, may be supposed to simultaneously influence the body and the germ cells. Thus we should, after all, be invoking a simultaneous modification of the germplasm, as in the case of cold-blooded animals. Such a conception, vague as it is, has certain decided elements of strength. Let me point out, however, as I've already done more than once, that any such chemico-physiological mechanism as is here assumed would be of nearly or quite the same value for evolution as the inheritance of acquired characters in the old sense. An interpretation of this sort might save the face of certain speculative students of heredity, but the difference between the two views would have little but academic interest. At the present time, I am continuing these experiments with mice, and am not only using much larger numbers than hitherto, but am resorting to several variations of the original theme, by which I hope to reduce the number of possible interpretations to a minimum. A friend wrote to me recently, wishing me no end of good results not Lamarckian. This doubtless represents the attitude of a large number of persons towards the whole subject. By many, anything with a taint of Lamarckianism about it would seem to be, ipso facto, beyond the pale of legitimate scientific investigation, belonging rather to the same category as prenatal influences, telepathy, and the borderland phenomena of psychical research. But the dawn of better times is already with us. In conclusion, let me state that my own attitude toward this group of problems is one of indecision. If I confess to you, as I am bound to do, the positive results from my own experiments will give me far greater satisfaction than negative ones. This is chiefly because negative results commonly prove nothing. The question would be left very nearly as it was before. This, of course, constitutes a serious defect in my own vaunted method of attacking the problem, a defect which it shares, however, with any other which could be devised. But any results are better than no results, and these problems seem worth a far more thorough testing than they have yet received. The present experiments ought, as Professor McDougall has pointed out, and the authority keenly realizes, to be subjected to various checks and controls, and to be continued through a considerable series of generations. It is my own fervent hope to be able to carry out such a program. End of Some Effects of Temperature upon Growing Mice and the Persistence of Such Effects in the Subsequent Generation by Dr. Francis B. Sumner. Recorded by Leon Harvey.
The Teaching of Amen-Em-Apt, the son of Ka-Nekht, by Amen-Em-Apt, translated by E. A. Wallace Budge. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The beginning of the teaching concerning life, i.e. of how to live, and of the testimonies or admonitions of, i.e. which lead to, safe conduct, and of the directions for behavior set forth by the Arcoquil, i.e. the high officials who had the privilege of entering the council chambers of kings and governors, and of the commandments of the Smeru, i.e. the friends of the king or high officers of state. This teaching and the precepts contained therein will enable a man to know how to return a suitable answer to him that has spoken to him, and to carry back a satisfactory report to the man who has dispatched him on a mission, and will make him to follow a straight course on the roads of life, and will enable him to maintain his position of safety upon the earth, and will cause his heart to descend or enter its case, and make him steer his course away from evil or the evil one, and make him to deliver himself from the mouth of the common folk, and to be applauded by the mouth of men of understanding. This teaching was made, i.e. written, by the director of the crops, who was highly skilled and experienced in his profession, scribe of the grain of Upper and Lower Egypt, overseer of the barley crops, heaping up the grain to overflowing in the divine granary, or granary of the god, officer-in-chief in charge of the harvests of his lord, registry of the arable lands, and of the coming in of the gifts or offerings, as ordered by the law, in the great name of his majesty, custodian of the funerary memorials on the boundaries of the Akhut, i.e. of the ancestral spirits whose bodies were buried in a special quarter of the necropolis, or merely the blessed dead in general, defender of the king in his edicts of government, performer of the office of deputy, wazir, of Kam, Egypt, scribe of the various grains that formed the divine offerings of all the gods, allotter of farms to the peasants who wished to become tenants on the royal estates, overseer of the barley crops, purveyor of supplies of grain, supplier of the Ahat, palace or tomb, with stores of barley, Germa'a, of the town of Teni, and of the town of Nifu'ur, reporter of the town of Apu, Panopolis, master of the necropolis by the town Ament, and of the town of Sen, master of the sanctuary of Abydos, Amen-Em-Apt, the son of Ka-Nekht, whose word is truth, of Nifu'ur. His son is the little one, youngest of his children, overseer of the mysteries of the god Menti, in the character of Ka-Mut-f, i.e. the bull or husband of his mother. He is the man of least account among his relatives and acquaintances, inductor of Un-Nefer, inductor of Horus upon the throne of his father, watcher who is in his holy shrine. Text mutilated. Surveyor of the mother of the god, inspector of the black bulls of the stable of Menti, defender of the god Menti in his sanctuary. Horus, as the truth speaker, his name of Ma'at, his real name. Boy begotten by a nobleman or magistrate of Ap, Panopolis, son of the sistrum bearer and directress of the singing of the god Shu and the goddess Tefnut. Powerful of word, i.e. mistress, in the college of Horus, called Ta-Usrit. He speaks the first chapter. I pray thee to lend me thine ears, hearken to the things that will be said by me. I pray thee to give thy mind, or pay attention to the difficult matters which will be unravelled by me. The setting of them in thy heart will be advantageous to thee, and the rejection of them will be calamity for thee. I beseech thee to deposit them in the treasure house of thy belly. They will enable thy heart or mind to right itself when a gale of words is beating hard upon it, and they will form a guiding support in thy tongue. If thou wilt live thy life day by day, these things being in thy heart, thou wilt find them beneficial in the season of adversity's trial. Thou wilt find my words to be like a treasure house of life, and a source of strength and safety as long as thou art upon the earth. Guard thyself against plundering the poor man, and from treating with harshness the destitute. Make not thy hand to turn aside at the approach of an aged man, thou assuming the mouth, i.e. speech of a great man. Not ever, i.e. never, let a man be dispatched by thee on a dangerous mission when thou hast any affection for him who is to carry it out. Thou shalt not inflict an injury on him that has attacked thee, when thou art able to return an answer to him in thine own behalf. The worker of iniquity, abandon him to the dike or river bank. His water flood he will bring upon himself. The north wind hurled upon him will bring to an end in misery his hour or period of life. He will be seized by the raging waters. The storm fiend will mount on high, and the evil crocodiles. The fiery, hot-headed man, what is he like to thee? He shrieks imprecations, his voice soars upwards into the heights of heaven. The god A'ahu, i.e. the moon god, stands still in his course, and holds him to be an abomination. Work the steering oar, we must give a passage to the wicked man. May not we become ourselves like unto him? Set him up on his feet, extend to him gladly thy hand, commit him to the hands of the god. Fill his belly with the bread cakes of thy providing, satisfy him to the full with drink, whilst he... Here there is a lacuna in the text. Another occasion of beneficence is in the heart of the god. Idleness of the mind is speech in this case. Couple not together the chattering man with the devil Ptah, when thou canst pierce him in speech. Idle in mind is the crooked man, bow thyself to the attacker. Here there is a lacuna in the text. Is speech. A raging wind, he rushes forth like a destroying fire among the reeds. The noisy, hot-headed man, in his hour, i.e. when his rage is greatest, turn thyself aside from before him, leave the matter of him to the God who knows how to requite him. If thou wilt pass the days of thy life, keeping these things in thy heart, thy children behold them. Now, or as for the noisy, hot-headed man of the house of the god, or temple, he is like a large leafy tree planted in the courtyard of a temple. Its leaves come to an end, i.e. wither, his unripe fruit drops off. Brought when its end has come to the watercourse, It is cast into the water and carried away far from its place. The flame of fire is its winding sheet or shroud. But the Ger-Ma'a, who sets himself by the side of the road, he is like a large leafy tree planted in shining or fertile ground. It blossoms, it doubles its yield of fruit in the summer. It has its place before the face of the Lord or owner. Its foliage or fruit is sweet, the shadow thereof is pleasant, and it is carried at its end, i.e., finally, into the groves of the god. Make no encroachment on the dikes of the house of the god. Commit not an act of avariciousness, so that thou mayest find, i.e., obtain additional wealth. Make not to turn aside from his duty a servant of God, to do what is profitable to another man. Say not, today is even as tomorrow morning will be. The end or result of this reasoning will be like what? Tomorrow has yet to come, today has yet to pass away. The water flood, inundation, is on the mouth, i.e., crest of the surging waves. The crocodiles make themselves visible from the mud, the hippopotami appear in the light from the water, the fish leap in the waters, the wolves gorge themselves, the geese keep high festival, the restraining cords are cast loose. Now every Ger of the house of God shall say, Great is the graciousness of Ra. O thou who art filled with silence, thou shalt find the life, thy body shall be preserved in safety upon the earth. Thrust not aside the funerary monument on the boundaries of the A'akhu, i.e., remove not a tombstone which is on the borders of the necropolis, when thou art marking out additional lands for crops. Commit no robbery, i.e., filch not away land by means of the cubit of the fields, when thou art assessing the bounds of the estate of the widow. The land that has gone back from the plough is the waste of a man's lifetime. He who cheats thee, himself belonging to the fields or land, is snared in the counsels of iniquity. He is fettered by the divine souls, i.e., will, of A'ahu, the moon god. Make thyself to see what he does upon the earth. He is a greedy robber of the helpless man. He is the deadly enemy who would work the overthrow of thy body. Life is snatched away by the mere sight of his aspect. His house is the enemy of the town in which he lives, but his storehouses shall be swept away as by a flood. His possessions shall be carried off from the hands of his sons and daughters. His goods or wealth shall be given to another, a stranger. Take good heed concerning the treading down of the boundaries of the fields, lest horrible calamity be brought upon thee. Likewise make propitiatory offerings to God by the divine souls, i.e., will, of A'ahu, the moon god. Occupy thyself with the affairs of the boundaries of the A'akhu, i.e., the ancestral spirits or the blessed dead. Be kind to thyself, make thy body strong and happy, but take good heed to thyself in respect of Nebadker. Drive not thy furrows through the lands of another. Profitable to thee is the strength or well-being which comes by their mouth. Plough thou in the fields which thou findest to be thy own property. Take thou the bread cakes from the storehouse of thy body. Better is 1 apt of land, about 6 feet, which the god has given thee, than 5,000 apts, which thou hast gotten by fraud or violence. Do not acquire the habit of passing the day in eating houses and places where roasted meat is sold. Do not acquire the habit of passing the day in tasting one pot of beer after another. Those who pass their whole time at the food store become tomorrow merely victuals. Better is the beggar who is in the hand of the god than the rich who are safely housed in a comfortable dwelling. Better are bread cakes of flour and water with a loving heart or mind than rich meats that carry with them bickering and quarrelling. Fashion not thy heart in such wise that it hankers after things of wealth, i.e., luxurious foods and apparel. Not unknowing are the god Shai, luck, and the goddess Renanit, destiny. Let not thyself abandon thy heart or mind to the things that are extraneous. Let every man have his hour, i.e., let every man choose his own time for his own affairs. Form not the habit of ordering thyself to seek for more than thou hast, when thy own goods and possessions are in thy safe keeping. If valuable goods, which have been obtained by robbery, have been brought together by thee, they will not pass the night in thy hands. At daybreak certainly they will not be in thy house. They will look at the place where they were, and most assuredly they will not be there. They have swallowed themselves. Either the ground has opened its mouth and swallowed them up straightway, and they have sunk down deep in the abyss thereof, or they have become a great broken heap through rust or decay, or They have become submerged in the room for waste, or they have made for themselves wings like the geese, and have spread their wings and flown up into the sky. Make not thyself to take pleasure in rich treasures that have been obtained by robbery, whilst sighing, i.e. pretending to grieve for the man who has been plundered, or the beggar. When the chieftain of the steel, Asiatics or bowman, departs from a man, his servants destroy him. If thou sailest with a robber, thou wilt be left in the stream, but the boat of the Ger has a fair wind behind it. Accustom thyself to direct thy sincere prayer to the Aten, i.e. the god of the solar disk or the disk itself, when he is rolling up into the sky, saying, Grant to me, I beseech thee, strength and health. He will give to thee the things that are necessary for the life. Thou shalt be safe from anxious care. Bestow thou thy beneficence or bounty on the bodies of the people, and thou shalt be applauded by all faces, i.e. everybody. Praise and exalt in the serpent, i.e. goddess. Spit upon Apep. Keep thy tongue from speech of lying or slander. Show thy kindness or affection to people of humble condition. Find thou thy seat in the sanctuary of the house of the god. The gifts made by thee shall be the cake offerings of thy Lord. Make thyself to be as if thou wast one of the blessed dead, and as if thou wast a swathed mummy in thy coffin. Be thou strong for the divine souls, i.e. will of God, to do his will. Make not an invocation to bring a detestable thing upon people. Hide thou the affairs or plans of the fugitive slave. Whether thou hearest the thing that is good or the thing that is evil, treat it as a matter that is outside thy interest. Hearken not to it. I beseech thee to spread with thy tongue only the report of that which is good upon the earth, whilst as far as reports of evil are concerned, hide them in thy belly. Make not to be a friend of thine the hasty, hot-headed man, even though thou hast to go to his house frequently to have speech with him. Keep well thy tongue in making an answer to him that is thy chief, at the same time guarding thyself against reviling him. Never permit his speech to fall on thee like a lasso, so that thou must uncoil it by means of thy answer. Put questions to him, or consult with him, answering like a subordinate in thy agitation, at the same time taking good heed not to oppose him. The word that is uttered by a man with malicious intent is swifter to hurt than the wind that precedes the storm. This man casts to the ground, this man builds up with his tongue. He gives utterance to strings of words that carry destruction in them. This man makes an answer that merits a beating, for the burden, i.e. object thereof, is to do harm. He traffics by means of a boat after the manner of other folk. He loads the boat with the discourse of iniquity. He makes himself the ferryman of him that catches men in a net of words. Whether he is going away, or whether he is coming back, he continues to chatter or gossip. Whether he is eating or whether he is drinking, even in his own house, his conversation returns to matters that are outside or that have nothing to do with him. The day itself stands up and makes an accusation against his abominable deeds. His sons and daughter cry out woe to themselves. The god Ka-Nekht makes a process or brings a case against him. He is the potter's wheel of, i.e. worked by the devil Ptah. He mixes together and kneads material to destroy the hearts or minds of men therewith. He is like a whelp of one of the dogs, literally wolves, of the stable or farmyard, with his eye fixed jealously on the movements of his companions. He causes men and women to become enemies by his scandal-mongering. He goes before every wind like the blast that goes before the habub, i.e. the sandstorm or whirlwind of the desert. He destroys the hair or skin of Shu. He gathers his tail, i.e. bends it round about him like the young crocodile, bringing it close to him ready for the deadly sweep. His lips are date syrup, his tongue is a deadly dagger, a consuming fire blazes within his belly. Make no flights, i.e. attempts to fill, i.e. please that fellow, lest thou bring calamity upon thyself. Allow not thyself to be greeted as a friend among thy neighbours by the hasty, hot-headed man who is thy opponent. If thou dost, thou wilt thyself damage thy heart or mind. Make not thyself to say to him thou art praised with evil intent, there being terror in thy body. Hold not converse in the company of men of iniquity, for that is an abominable thing to do before the God. Make not thy mind to be divided for the sake of thy tongue. Let all thy plans and behaviour have a sound foundation. Be weighty, i.e. dignified, in the presence of people of lowly condition. Put thou thyself for safe-keeping in the hand of the God. God hates the man who utters frivolous, lying speech. The greatest abomination to him is the man who nourishes enmity in his belly. Hanker not greedily after the things of the man whose food is dainty and spiced, though thou art hungry for his bread. Now the food that is dainty and spiced is as a storm in the gullet, or turns the stomach, and it makes the bowels to eject it. It turns the man who is a counsellor into a man of iniquity, and his sense turns itself away from his body, inasmuch as the evil nature or base appetite corrupts his disposition for well-doing. The evil in him destroys what is good. Be thou a creature of naught in the presence of thy chief, i.e. superior officer. Thou shalt acclaim him humbly in thy speech, i.e. conversation. Thy adulatory remarks, they shall meet and turn aside his cursings. Thy homage, when smelling the earth, shall disarm his violence. When thou hast swallowed the mouthful of bread of a great man, thou shalt vomit it, and thou shalt be empty of thy good thing, or dainty. Make thyself to understand, or see, the foresight of the glutton. He himself gathers together staves for the hunting nets. Every one of his servants is a beater for the hunting traps, and a strong man smites, i.e. kills in the slaughterhouse. If thou art undone or vanquished in the presence of thy chief, it will be a disgrace for thy subordinates or servants. Steer thou thy course away from the glutton forthwith. Observe him, at the same time avoiding the things which he offers thee. Behave not greedily in respect of the things, i.e. food of the nobleman, since the filling of the mouth with the bread of a great man is unstinted, i.e. is free to every comer. If he gives to thee for the growth, i.e. increase of his possessions, hate, i.e. reject, what is his, and keep safe what is thine. Make no undertaking in company with the noisy, hot-headed man, or thou wilt be making thyself a friend of a man of moral obliquity. If thou art sent on a mission to transport straw, hate, i.e. cast away or reject, the weeds that are in it. If thine eye lights upon a person who is engaged on a mission of danger, report it not, but dispatch him on his errand, and let him return for another occasion. Make not men to affix additions to the roll, register. This is an abominable thing to the God. Make not the word of one man of iniquity to appear to be the truth by any act of thine, whilst at the same time thou art supporting another man of iniquity with thy tongue. Reckon not as nothing things that have value. By so doing thou wilt falsify thy rolls or registers. If thou findest a great mass of hidden treasure in the possession of a poor man, make, i.e. divide it, into 3 portions. Release 2 portions, and let 1 remain with thee. Thou shalt find it like the ways of life. Thou shalt lie down and sleep and pass thy whole night as safely as if it were today. Thou shalt find it like the report or news of a good thing. Better is the praise, i.e. approval, with the love of men, than the riches or wealth laid up in a treasure-house. Better are the cakes of flour and water eaten with a loving mind or disposition than strong meats eaten with strife and enmity. Remember not too exactly the antecedents of a man when thou art striving to seek for his hand help. If he says to thee, accept the things which I have brought, he is not one who has no... Here there is a lacuna in the text. Cast not malign looks at him whilst bending down thy face, whilst turning away thy glance elsewhere. Greet him with kind words in thy mouth, speak and salute him cordially. If he approaches thee, thy end comes. Make him not to go down to his former state. On another occasion he can be brought. Do the thing that is right, and thou wilt attain to a true state of being. Make no erasure in the registers on behalf of an encroacher. Since the beak of the ibis god, i.e. Thoth, is the finger of the scribe, take good heed not to thrust it aside. The ape of Thoth sits directing Perkamennu, Hermopolis. His eye travels round about through the 2 lands, i.e. Upper and Lower Egypt. Since he observes the man who makes a slip or mistake with his finger, he will withdraw his benefactions or endowments according to what is right. If the scribe continues to make slips or mistakes with his finger, his son will not be decreed for employment. If thou wilt pass the days of thy life, these things being in thy heart, thy children behold them. Make not the balance to swerve either through the falsification of the Ket weights, or through thy obliteration of the mouths of the measures, i.e. the characters or stamps on the weights and measures. Make not a practice of preferring the measures of the fields, thou abandoning those in use in the house of silver or White House. The ape of Thoth sits by the side of the scales, and his heart acts as the tongue or pointer thereof. God removes, even as does the great one Thoth, him that is in the habit of finding these devices to do them. Accustom not thyself to cheat by means of the Ket weights. It is they, i.e. the cheaters, who multiply the tears of the divine souls, i.e. will of God. If thou seest another man stumbling from time to time, go with him and enable him to continue on his way. Covet not, or be not greedy for, the precious metals. Hate, i.e. avoid or reject, the beautiful singing woman. What is it like? A fetter, a tie. It makes a man to stumble or go astray in the presence of the God. If a paddle of gold be scraped off from an object of the finest gold, at daybreak tomorrow it will be lead. Take heed neither to defraud the divine Utchat, i.e. the eye of Ra, nor to falsify the mouths or commands thereof. Make no robbery of the things of Uben, the mighty God, for he, i.e. Uben, is never wanting in or absent from its, Utchat's, body. Thou shalt give its measure, as to a great man when he is coming in. Thy hand shall set it down justly or correctly. Make not a measuring rod apt for thy use, whereby thou canst measure with two different results. Do always the thing that is right, i.e. measure correctly, since the apt measure is the eye of Ra. It, i.e. the Utchat, or eye of Ra, holds in abomination the man who robs and steals, and who, when measuring, makes many mistakes, since the seal of his eye is upon the apt measure. Receive not the summer grain of the peasant farmer, thou binding him by what is registered against him to ruin him. Make not thyself one with the measurer, thou meanwhile playing the master of the house. The divine souls, or will of God, increase the storehouse grain more than the director of the great place. Accustom not thyself to lie in bed or sleep, whilst the dawn is rising in an awesome manner in the sky. The break of the day and the dawn are like what? i.e. to what can they be compared for beauty? The man who has no knowledge of the dawn is like what? i.e. to what can he be compared for ignorance? Whilst the God is occupied with his works of beneficence, the man is indulging in his slothfulness. On the one side are the words or gossip that men utter, on the other are the works that the God is doing. Say not, by no manner of means is what is abominable or evil to be permitted to exist, whilst thou thyself art doing thy utmost to seek after strife. If the thing that is abominable, i.e. evil, belongs to the God, he himself will stamp it with the seal of his finger. There is no goodness in the hand of the God, because there is no badness before him. If he could bring himself to seek after goodness, the occasion ended, i.e. the opportunity served, he would destroy it. Be weighty in thy mind, consolidate thy heart. Accustom not thyself to shape thy course by the tongue only, even if the tongue of a man be the steersman of the boat. It is Nebertka who is its watcher in the bows, i.e. captain. Go not among the members of the town council in the presence of the president, or thou mayest be obliged to contradict, or show to be inaccurate, thine own words. Be not continually rising up and sitting down whilst thou art making thy answer. Thy testimonies must support themselves. Make no altercation with, or make no attempt to coerce, the supporters of a lord, i.e. any owner of property. A word spoken in the council chamber may lead to a vexatious inquiry. Speak the truth in the presence of the president, lest he seize and take possession of thy person. If thou wilt appear before him in the early hours of the day, he will consider graciously every word of thine. Speak thy mouth, i.e. say thy say, in the court before the headman. Watch carefully, so that thou mayest come back on a second occasion. Make not a member of the courts of law to trip up, i.e. to arrive at a wrong conclusion or verdict, through thy setting aside or hiding the truth, for whilst thy face is cloaked with a garment, and thou art sheltered or content, he is under constraint. Accept not a present, i.e. bribe, from a man of power and authority, if thou art to treat wrongfully for him the poor man in distress. Now truth is the great bearer of God, he gives it to the man who loves him, since the mighty power is with him who is like unto him. He carries off or slays the impotent one in his violence. Make not for thyself, here there is a lacuna in the text, of iniquity. They are the great auxiliaries of death. They are the great invectives to sloth in respect of honourable actions. They are the guides who report for the herald of judgment. Falsify not the things that make thee to wonder written on the roll, for thus thou wilt be injuring or disarranging the plans of God. Make no attempt to find for thyself the divine souls, i.e. will of God. Do not the god Shai, luck, and the goddess Reninit, destiny, exist. Study to make increase or flourish the possessions of the lords of wealth, thou at the same time seeking for thyself the means of subsistence. Never build thy heart in their houses, i.e. set not thy affections upon the houses they live in, thy carcass being in the house of slaughter. Say not, I have found a very chief of robbers, when the offender happens to be a man in thine own town. Say not, I have found a sedition-monger or rebel, when the offender happens to be a hater, i.e. enemy of thine, for most assuredly thou knowest not the plans of God. Bring not to an end, i.e. waste not, in slumber the early hours of the day, or the dawn. Seat thou thyself on the two arms of the God, to thy silence, silent meditation, at prostrations on the ground. If the crocodile is going to lash out with his tail, cry out, i.e. give warning, for even the papyrus plants hold him in awe. Do not empty thy belly when the people are round about thee, for if thou dost, thou wilt destroy their respect for thy dignity. Make not thy words to circulate among the common folk or peasants. If thou dost, thou wilt become a companion of the man of violence. Better is it for a man to keep his information or news in his belly than to publish it abroad with the addition of lies. Never run with swift steps to attain that which will be advantageous to thee. On the other hand, never create the circumstances that will destroy it. Make no attempt to shut the mouth of, or to make dumb, the man who is holding converse with thee. Do thou tell him that he must declare what is in his heart. Make no flight, i.e. attempt to enter into the conversation against him, i.e. to anticipate his remarks. When thou dost not see what he is doing, i.e. the point which he is making, make thyself to understand beforehand what the answer to him must be. If thou art heated, i.e. losest thy temper, thy end comes. Let the matter rest upon him, he will empty his belly. Knowing his character or view, he can be found out. His feet or legs being removed, he cannot work his iniquity. Being afraid, he will not act underhandedly. For most assuredly thou knowest not the plans of God. Bring not to an end, i.e. waste not, in slumber the early hours of the day, or the dawn. Seat thou thyself on the two arms of the God. To thy silence, silent meditation, add prostrations on the ground. Eat not thou bread in the presence of the governor, thus setting thy mouth forward into prominence. If thou fillest thyself full of the rich meats of iniquity, they will pass back again in thy vomit. Keep thy gaze fixed upon the vessel, platter, which is before thee. Thou must make it to serve all thy needs. Though the governor may resemble a nobleman in his official position, he may also resemble the sacred crocodiles in the water in rapacity and cruelty. Listen not to the answers, i.e. conversation, of the governor in his own house, thou then repeating what he said to thee outside in the town, even when thou hast brought thy mouth outside his house. Do not empty out into the street what is in thy breast, since the heart or mind of a man is the nose of God. Take good heed that thou dost not cause it sorrow. The man to whom thou speakest may be a powerful official. He may also be a private person whose name is quite unknown. Make not a laughing-stock of the blind man. Vex or browbeat not the dwarf, and frustrate not the plans of the afflicted or lame man. Vex or irritate not a man who is in the hand of the God, i.e. the man who is suffering through some dispensation of God, by singing to him the praises of him who has wronged him. Even if a man mixes the mud and the straw, it is the God who is his builder. It is he who throws down a house. It is he who builds it up daily. It is he who can turn 1,000 men into corruption at his pleasure. It is he who can make one man to have the overseership of 1,000. A man lives his allotted hour of life. Rejoice, be glad. It is he who makes a man to arrive at Amen-Em-Apt. He is safe in the hand of the God. Accustom not thyself to sit in the beer-house. Give not commands to one who is greater than thyself, whether he be thy junior in his official position, or whether he be thy senior by birth. Show thyself friendly to the man for whom thou hast antipathy. The strength of Ra is to him that is on the road. If thou seest a man who is greater than thyself outside his house, follow after him and greet him with words of respect. Stretch out the hand to the aged man when he is filled full of beer. Treat him reverently when he is in the company of his sons and daughters. Is not thy arm or strength made weak by robbery? Is not the back bowed by affliction? Reduce not to beggary the poor man who has uttered something which is pleasant, rather than the rich man whose strings of words are straw. The man who is in the bows of the boat, i.e. the captain, watches the going thereof. He does not allow his bark to capsize or be submerged. Curse, i.e. abuse, not the man who is greater than thyself. He will look at the god Ra in front of thee, and moreover he will report thee to the god Aten as he rolls up into the sky. Say, for a man of no importance to heap curses upon a great man is a crime, i.e. a thing worthy of death, unknown to the Ra. If a man of no importance wishes to curse a great man, come, let him inflict a beating on thee, thou keeping thy hand in thy bosom. Come, let him heap curses upon thee, thou remaining silent. If, like the dawn, at the time of dawn, thou appearest before him, he will give to thee the means of living in an open-handed manner. If the means of which he is master are from the finger or seal of his lord, they consume him to whom they are given. Do not make find, i.e. search out, the widow. Here there is a lacuna in the text. In the fields. Do not permit thyself to return an answer to her. Make no undue haste to sing the praises, or to follow the colt of the wine cup. It will increase or double the heart, i.e. courage, of thine adversaries. The love of God is more precious and estimable than the reverence of the nobleman or magistrate. Turn not back the people who wish to cross over the river, whilst thou art stretched out at thy ease in the cabin. If a paddle or oar be brought to thee when the ferry-boat is in midstream, grasp it with both thy hands, take it and use it. There is nothing which is an abomination in the hand to the god. Is not happy or content the toiler. Set not to ply a ferry-boat on the river, if thou art strenuous in thy quest of the fares of those who cross the river on it. Let the fares drop into the hand of the master of the craft, thou being happy or content with no part of them. Behold the 30 chapters, they will give thee pleasure, they will teach thee, they will serve as a leader or guide to every book, they will give knowledge to, i.e. make to be wise, the ignorant man. If they be read out in the presence of an ignorant man, assuredly he will steer his course through life according to their mouth, i.e. direction. Fill thyself full, or steep thyself in the counsel of what is in them. Set them, I beseech thee, in thy heart. Make thyself to be the man who has unravelled their contents, thinking out and understanding their teaching. If the bearer be a scribe, who would make himself to be preeminent in his profession, he will find himself to be of equal importance with the smeru, i.e. the friends of the king. Here ends the book, explicit liber, done into writing by Shennu, the son of the divine father Pammai. End of the teaching of Amen-Em-Apt, son of Ka-Nekht, by Amen-Em-Apt, translated by E. A. Wallace Budge.
Fountains of Papal Rome by Mrs. Charles McVeigh. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Julie Ann Thompson. Triton. The exquisite lines rise involuntarily to the lips as one comes suddenly upon Bernini's old fountain in the Piazza Tritoni, which, standing in the center of one of the busiest and most prosaic thoroughfares of modern Rome, still keeps its own quality of beauty and seems to weave about itself the enchantment of the world of fable. Roman art has created many Tritons, notably the joyous group surrounding Galatea in the Phrynesia Palace. But there is about this water-worn old figure such distinction and such emphasis of life that he becomes the prototype for all his race. He is Il Tritone. Triton blows his conch shell with all his might as he kneels across the hinge of a wide-open scallop shell,
which is supported on the upturned tails of 3 dolphins massed together in the middle of a large, low-lying basin. The dolphins' tails are twisted and folded about large papal keys, a Bernini conceit which, suggesting St. Peter both as fisherman and pontiff, must have delighted the Pope. The composition of dolphins, keys, and shell is extraordinarily rich and harmonious. Triton, kneeling upon this noble support, is, from the waist upward, a severely simple figure, almost uncouth and somewhat out of keeping with the rest of the design. This effect is entirely accidental. It has been brought about by the ceaseless flow of the water, which for 2.5 centuries has been thrown upward in a slender jet of great height, returning upon itself with such precision that Triton's face and shoulders have been worn and blurred into shapeless surfaces of travertine. Triton has suffered from a sculptor's point of view, but as a work of imaginative art, it is, perhaps, all the better for nature's modeling. The shapeless head and shoulders have in them something of the formlessness and blurred masses of the elements, and the water creature becomes more real to the imagination in proportion as he suggests, but does not entirely resemble a man. The entire design is on a colossal scale and has a dignity and harmony rarely to be found in Bernini's creations. This is because the central idea is the only idea, and no subsidiary and fantastic inventions are presented to bewilder the eye and brain. This fountain was done by Lorenzo Bernini for Pope Urban VIII. It stands near the Barberini Church of the Capuchins, and was intended to adorn the approach to the Palazzo Barberini. This third of the trio of the great palaces of the nepotizing popes, Farnese, Borghese, and Barberini, was built by Urban VIII in order to invest his house with an importance equal to that enjoyed by the families of Paul III and Paul V. As the fountain was an adjunct of the palace, it had to bear upon it in some way the emblem of the Barberini, the colossal bee, and this explains why Bernini united the curving bodies of his dolphins by escutcheons carrying 3 bees and the papal arms. Another fountain, contemporaneous with the Triton, once stood in the same piazza at the corner of the Via Sistina, and this fountain, also made for Urban VIII by Bernini, was in itself the emblem of the Barberini, for it represented merely a great shell into which the bees spouted water. In some way, the second fountain has disappeared, but the piazza still remains the Barberini quarter of the city, and the Triton, as well as the magnificent palace, recalls the days when the power and rapacity of that family brought upon it the unforgettable pasquinade. What the barbarians spared, the Barberini took. End of Fountains of Papal Rome by Mrs. Charles McVeigh.